What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
gonna debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, my it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face. We can talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother over here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, Famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, don't debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't no.
It's no problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's I love to tell Sutek. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. Make it pay-per-view. When you chop it up behind the scenes, I get their contact. You make it work. So, you heard it. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all own genealogy. Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Make sure you like the show, share the show. Tell a friend we're live. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon. If you're at work, if you're off work, if you leaving work, if you're in traffic, whatever the situation may be. I hope all is well for who you are and what you got going on. Today we're gonna get into a show. We're gonna react to a show where this I don't know if he calls himself American Indian, Aboriginal, or whatever the case may be. His page is filled with Madame Blavatsky shit. It's crazy, but I guess he thinks he's indigenous to the Americas, and it is what it is. But he claims through a scientific study and article that African Americans are not West Africans. And we're going to allow him to articulate his argument. Mika was there. There's a couple of melanated was there. There's a couple of people that was there. And I just want to kind of go through that. And then once we iron out his argument and we let him get through with it, we will then dissect what necessarily needs to be dissected as it pertains to the article. Then there's a couple of more things that I would like to add to that. Then I'll transition into this topic that continues to come up online in certain abo groups where they're using this TikTok clip or meme of David Eltis talking about black people being born in America and not from Africa, but born of people of African descent and from Africa. And they're misrepresenting his words in the context of what he's actually saying. I'm actually going to play a clip from a show that was done 10 months ago as far as him, speaking in reference to certain things. I think people don't understand population booms and how shit grows. So we'll go from that. But man, please make sure that you're liking the show, share the show, tell a friend we're live. I see there's no thanks in the building saying they used to follow whoever that person was, and Karemio and whoever else. Peace to you. First time I think seeing you. Mika Fat-Headed Ass is in the building, of course. We got Rye. We got we got Enigma 9x9, Ramon. I don't know if there was a YK sighting or not. Man, just whoever's in the building, peace to y'all. He said the research guy went full MAGA. So he a political abo. How you go full MAGA? Like bro ain't representing nothing you own, bro. What is you doing? The Bar Reloaded is in the building for the first time in a long time. Thurman, what's good with you, bro? No thanks says yes, I'm a new subscriber. And says I was lost down the abo rabbit hole. I'm embarrassed. Nah, don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed by that at all. It's kind of easy to get sucked into misinformation and disinformation. Zeke, what's good with you? More truth, more lies. What's good? I think that's our brother, Pure Black. I don't know. They be coming with them pages. I don't be knowing. But no thanks. It's easy to get sucked into something when you hear something for the first time, and the way it's glossed over or presented to you could make you question or call into question things that you have learned throughout history. Rightfully so, especially when you create an enemy or a common enemy. With a lot of these groups, what I've learned from them is they all have the enemy, a common enemy. And that common enemy is the white man. And then the ability of having that common enemy or selling you on the idea of the white man, they turn around and then tell you how much wrong they've done and how much they've lied to us and all that shit to play on one's ignorance, right? It's an appeal to an emotion. And they do a really good job of that, appealing to your emotion. So then they can harbor your, once they get you harboring your feelings in regard to this particular topic, then they, you know, it's only a couple of little things, cherry picking and things like that. But we have to have the discernment, right, to see through the bullshit. I got the AWO podcast ticker going right there on behalf of Brother Black Panther. Y'all make sure y'all are subscribed and linked into the AWO podcast team as they deal with, you know, Ishe. For traditionalists, that's pretty much continental stuff. So, you know, as it comes to E5 and all of that. So I hope y'all are learning from that. But nah, I do not ever feel bad about that. There's people that have been in worse situations. You see somebody in the chat right now talking about they was dealing with Malachi York. It don't get no crazy. Although Malachi York is part of the intricate piece in Africa Abo-ism. You know what I'm saying? He's staunched in that pseudoism as well. So it could be what it could be. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna start this issue off with we're getting directly into this bill. Make sure you check the description for any information, and then we'll move forward from there. Again, any information shown during this show, I know you're a new subscriber, no thanks, and I appreciate you being here. But if you ever need a source for anything that we have going on right here, you can check the description of the video. And any information I present, whether it be books, whether it be something you haven't had or you needed to add to your library, those things will be available to you. We don't hide no information. We stick to the information, and we use proper research methodology to draw an honest conclusion and be able to deal with the topic the way that we need to deal with it. So appreciate you being here, and everybody else catching the replay. Please, again, like the show, share the show. Just tell a friend we're live. Put it on all your socials. We're gonna get into it. So yeah, I'm gonna share my screen. Cut my camera off. Get my screen off. And we're gonna hear this brother argument now. Now I may interject. I don't want to interject, but I may interject because I was in the chat going in on him while he was doing that bull jump. But yeah, I might interject and kind of deal with some stuff. But I should just wait to the end. But we gonna go where we go with this topic. And hopefully y'all can see my screen. Yep. All right, screen share. Put a 1 in the chat. You can see the screen. Let me full. You're welcome. All right, let me know if y'all can hear that.
On the real is common sense. That's not a valid answer, India. That's not a valid answer. We're gonna go ahead and get into it, man. You know, India, she need to get this app right. I'm gonna give her this business, man. What I want to start with, yeah, we'll get the PowerPoint up. And that PowerPoint, okay, cool. Y'all can see it. Just want to make sure y'all see it. Everybody can see that.
All right, bet. Yeah, I will go ahead and get started. I'm gonna put this PowerPoint on slideshow, and if you can't see it, just say you can't see it. If I don't hear nothing, I'm gonna assume that you guys can see it. So let's start from the beginning, and we're gonna rock out. Now, I would like for you guys to say that you can see the screen just to verify it. Because while I got the slideshow up, I can't see you guys. All right, bet. Good. Now we go ahead and get it started then. All right. And I guess what I'll do is I'll pause in between and I'll come back and we can have some discussions about some important pieces of this presentation. But why African Americans are not West African. All right. Right here. Okay, DNA. With the Black Indigenous community gaining momentum throughout social media, some wish to stymie this exponential growth in interest by hovering DNA in the form of haplogroups as a dark cloud over the movement in an effort to cast doubt over the movement, posing such questions as, your haplogroup is the same as present-day Africans? Then how could you be indigenous to the Americas? This question may seem legitimate on the surface, but when compared to the mainstream modeling of the peopling of America, it determines a migrational movement from Siberia to Thuringia and then into the Americas via Alaska, which invalidates such a claim by logic. So I'm gonna back out, and I'm gonna get y'all back up here, get some opinion. So you guys heard that part. So basically what I'm saying right now is that, the mechanism used against so-called Black Americans is that, we harbor DNA that is foreign to this landmass. But we run into a contradiction, when we say this, because the common narrative for the people of America is that of, a population that carries foreign DNA. So what I grasp from that is basically, I want to say discriminatory, a discriminatory attitude pertaining to Black Americans and their DNA. And first of all, DNA is predetermined anyway, based off a narrative. But let me get back into the slide. Let me keep going so we can get through this. And like I said,
that man said DNA is predetermined.
I stop periodically, ask some questions, and get some thoughts on you guys' minds and keep this interactive. Go for the current slide. All right. Human gene flow is not linear. And I know I spelled this wrong. Forgot to correct this part. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and go with what it is. Multiple discovery underlined a reoccurring phenomenon about human gene flow, which is that ancestral population movement was not confined by regional or continental movement. The continental movement is somewhat, probably not the best or the correct word, because, and I'll explain why in a second. But the gene flow pattern in this ancestor to later Native Americans, at least in part. These findings indicated that the ancestor of modern Native Americans received gene flow from two sources located on the opposite extremes of Eurasia. So if you guys are not familiar with this particular finding,
So I'm not here yet, and I didn't hear this, but listening to this, right? He said there's two different gene flows from two different perspectives. So he is insinuating that the ancestors of the Native Americans were too far apart to actually meet. He's unaware of the actual evidence that exists. Now, as you can see, according to his slide, he is talking around DNA, not specifically, but around. You hear him using words like gene flow and other big words, but he's not understanding migratorial routes, and that humans populated the earth. The best thing that they did was leave genetic evidence behind everywhere they went. No matter where a human is on this earth, how they got to the place and space of where they were, they left DNA behind. So real briefly, I want you to think about every house you've ever lived at. Every house you've ever lived at. If you've been in the same house all your life, you're a lucky mofo. But if you think about everywhere where you lived at, if you moved from one place to another, if you went to college, and you stayed on campus, off campus, somewhere along your migratory route to get to where you are today, you have left genetic evidence behind in the places and spaces that were not conducive to where you started. I don't know if y'all are catching what I'm putting down, but I'm trying to keep it G. So if we're going to understand a migratorial pattern and a genetic flow, we must fully understand that we are talking about a population of people who cohesively did not exist prior to moving from one spectrum to another and leaving behind their DNA, which would ultimately provide genetic evidence, genetic ancestry for the existence of those peoples during parts of history, which would be a chronology. But let them go.
Specimen of this particular ancestor of Native Americans, basically this is supposed to be like the missing link. And what I'm demonstrating right here is that
how would the Native Americans have a missing link when the Native Americans are descendants of the Paleo Indians, which would be the first natives to populate the Americas. And they came together because two groups of people met from Eastern Asia and Siberian region and formed a new group of peopling, isolating themselves and taking that migratory route. And the reason we know that is because of the genetic evidence and the ancestral makeup of the Native Americans' DNA. So now that we know that, we also need to fully understand that Native Americans took two routes to populate the Americas: a northern Native American route and a southern Native American route. These things are also presented via evidence according to the Beringia, or some of us say the Bering Strait, and also, right, not just that, but also the Kelp Highway It's also a key piece of evidence in this conversation that allows us to know the migratorial routes of the first peoples who enters the Americas. We have the genetic studies, we have the archaeological evidence, we have tons of archaeological evidence that puts us in a perspective to be able to answer those questions from what we know. I don't know where he gets off with this myth or this supposedly or trying to create doubt on the best evidence that we have, but let's let him go.
Linger. Now, I know I spelled this wrong. Forgot to correct this part. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and go with what it is. Multiple discovery underlined a reoccurring phenomenon about human gene flow, which is that ancestral population movement was not confined by regional or continental movement. The kind of continental movement is somewhat, probably not the best or the correct word, because, and I'll explain why in a second, but the gene flow pattern in this ancestor to later Native Americans, at least in part, these findings indicated that the ancestor of modern Native Americans received gene flow from two sources located on the opposite extremes of Eurasia. So if you guys are not familiar with this particular finding, this particular specimen of this particular ancestor of Native Americans, basically this is supposed to be like the missing link. And what I'm demonstrating right here is that even the ancestor of Native Americans are not basically in one place. And as it reads, the findings of Maltaboy found that Native American gene flow consisted of that of ancient North Eurasian that gave rise to the basal clade R1. Interestingly, R1 would migrate to West Eurasia and would diversify into R1b. R1b would then move in two different directions, migrating into Africa and then returning to Northeast Eurasia to contribute West Eurasian gene flow and input into Northeast Eurasia. Now I'll pause it right there.
Now, he just said all of this shit confusing everybody because he's talking about the ancestors of the Native Americans. Then he talked about a migration route into Africa. When, first of all, you don't have a chronology. You haven't established anything. So you're telling me that the Northeastern Eurasians and Siberian admixed people who migrated to the Americas and populated the Americas suddenly stop right there, backtrack out of the Americas, or never went into the Americas and said, hey, let's go back to Africa. And so you're telling me they're going to take that migratorial route back to Africa that's going to take them a long ass time to even arrive in Africa, according to you. Because you haven't given us a source. We don't know what you're reading from or where you even got this information to even argue. They're not two different extremes. If you're looking at a map, you can look at a map and see that Asia, Eurasia is right there. And then if you got Siberia and East Asians, you're going to see how close they are. They're both confined to very cold climates. In that northern region over there where the tip of Asia and all of that meet. I don't understand how we come to the... You ever heard... Never mind, I ain't got to bring that up. But most of this, based on the slide that you have on the screen, is fluff. You don't have a map. You ain't even got a historical timeline. You threw out haplogroups. And you didn't even explain it. You didn't explain that at all. You didn't explain the ancestral evidence that proves who the Native Americans' ancestors were. All of that. You just cherry picking. So from what I've gathered in this first slide is that a comment that I put in the chat, and I told him, so I'm ready to see you show us that we come from Asians. I told him that I'm ready for him to show that black people come from Asians. Because ultimately, that is what he is insinuating without even insinuating it. Because he said you ain't West Africans. And if you ain't West Africans, then what is you?
So, any thoughts so far? Incorrect. How am I incorrect? India. And, just to save a little bit of time, if you're saying I'm incorrect, just go ahead and say how I'm incorrect. Just don't say incorrect, because these texts are coming through delayed. So if it's incorrect, you spot anything in error, say how it's in error. And have you seen the study or even at least heard about it?
Just to preference the study while he's on the topic of the study, this man is presenting information in 2026 on a study that was published in 2009. The study is almost so outdated that you can't even use it. But even still, this is what he's using. We're gonna roll with him. We're gonna roll with him on his source. We're gonna see what his source say.
So India is not answering the question. I think she might be having a brain fart. Let me see. Okay, she says Native Americans are ancient North Eurasian and ancient East Asian. There were no diversions back into Africa. What do you mean there were no diversions back into Africa? The R1B split three different ways. It's got a European branch, it's got a West Eurasian branch, and it's got the V88 that diversified inside of Africa. So what do you mean?
And here's where he's confused.
And I don't remember even talking about Africa. And if I'm not mistaken, that let me see, the Northeast East Asians, if I'm not mistaken, they carry a portion of Northeast Eurasian as well. So that's specifically in the Northeast Eurasian ancestry of, but no, it might be separate. But they still contain a West Eurasian component for sure. But I'm gonna get into what happened. And this next slide is gonna get into that. But see, this is what I'm saying. Like, these are the things that you guys, or at least I can say for India, that she overlooks. And then you guys, because you don't know about it, you guys insist that I have.
She called him out. She says, you did say Africa. Y'all heard me say that he said Africa. He said Africa. He said migrated into Africa. Then he sit here and said he don't remember, saying what he's saying. Now I'm in the chat. You see, I done made my presence. Mr. Castro 27 is going to be rebuttaling him in the chat, and he kind of really don't deal with it. But it is what it is. Let's go.
I have the information wrong, but I don't.
You think you don't have the information wrong. Your interpretation of the data could be very much wrong. And I say it could be from the gist of you have a bias. So you're looking for something to support your bias. And therefore, when you find something, and I'm going to show you how ignorant it is for you to present some information and then try to clip things out of the article and then suggest it. First of all, you're outdated in your article. You need a better source. You need more up-to-date science, right? Because things have gotten better. But since you are afraid of that, it's going to be what it is going to be.
You did say the Eurasian flow went back into Africa. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So yeah, R1B did go back into Africa. Yeah, that's absolutely true. R1B has three different mutations, I guess you can say. Three different splits. I guess that would be the right terminology. R1B, when it diversified, when R1 diversified in R1B in West Eurasia, it moved in two different directions. It moved west into Africa, diversifies into V88. Other populations move back east, crossed into Europe, back into Northeast Eurasia. For sure. Mr. Castro, yeah, R1B Y-DNA is also found amongst the Cameroonians, for sure. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they carried a regular R1B as well. Not just V88 in Africa, but they definitely carried a V88. You familiar with Martha Boy? Well, Indy, if you're familiar with Martha Boy, how come you didn't know he had West Eurasian components?
But I don't know how to read DNA.
Sean P. I think I done heard your name before, trying to rush me and carrying on. Man, my position is West African, blah, blah, blah. Man, you ever heard of like setting the foundation, like, and building on top of the foundation to get to a conclusion or point? Come on, man. Y'all do it. I think I've had conversations with you, Sean. R1B is definitely a subclade of R1, for sure. What you mean? It's called R1B. You ask me, is it a subclade? It's a subclade of R1. Okay, you never talked to me. That's cool. I could have swore I seen you. You not on Facebook?
I don't know this guy. I don't know what he's talking about.
All right. He said he here to see what I got, so I'm gonna keep going. I ain't gonna hold this up. Let's rock out. Okay, so just like I was getting to, the West Eurasian component would be largely overwritten by further Northeast Eurasian admixture to develop the ancestral population that would theoretically enter Beringia and eventually enter the Americas. This is significant for two reasons. It indicates a braided pattern constantly observed in ancient population groups. And it is also another demonstration of a population that had been overwritten from the genome. The DE superclade will be another example. This example isn't identical necessarily to the Malta example, but what I'm trying to demonstrate, and as you'll see, is that there are certain migrational patterns within so-called, Black people, what's now being called, African American. There are certain migrational patterns that are not captured because of lack of or just not available fossil evidence. But I will explain exactly what I'm talking about here. What is the DE superclade? The DE superclade is the root clade that both the D and E root clades directly descend from. The DE superclade developed a unique variant called YAP positive that all downstream descendants carrying their population identity, so that all downstream descendants carry this component, and therefore their identity is non-subjective. That's how that was supposed to read, or something like that. The DE superclade split roughly about 65,000 years ago, and from that point, the root clades D and E are formed. What is unique about Y-DNA haplogroups D and E? Migrational movement patterns. The haplogroup is primarily as a Sub-Saharan lineage. This is supposed to say
E is no. Read the source. See, I was working out and trying to listen to you. But you see what you did there? Look at his screen. It ain't even on the screen, but he reading something else. But watch when he start whispering what he say. He say it has.
D and E are formed. What is unique about Y-DNA haplogroups D and E? Migrational movement patterns. The haplogroup is primarily as a Sub-Saharan lineage. This is supposed to say haplogroup E is derived. Haplogroup E is
that's not what it's supposed to say. You can't make the article say something that you don't want it to say. And the only reason I ain't going to challenge you on an article right now and try to go find the exact article is because your ass didn't even show the article that you was reading from. You just hit us with this screenshot and you probably some slides on down and you never showed the shit. So I don't feel like having to go match your reading words to an article and find an article that way. I mean, I can do it live. I can stop, replay your words, type your words in and find an article that says exactly what you just said. But you started whispering because your copy and pasting ass didn't read this article in full and it told you that it had something to do with fucking Africa.
Haplogroup is primarily as a Sub-Saharan lineage. This is supposed to say haplogroup E is the
No, haplogroup E has a Sub-Saharan lineage. Say what it say, because you copied and pasted. You try to take E outside and then spin E on some whole other shit when you start bringing up D and E. But we don't know what you're reading from. So that's where that whole little conversation goes. And you do this a lot in this presentation. 3 hours, it end up being 3 hours. What the fuck y'all had him doing for 3 hours? I ain't getting it 3 hours. Not with this dude. He's a numbnut.
Right. Haplogroup E is primarily a sub-Saharan lineage, but its direct predecessor was not.
See, here we go.
Today, the E haplogroup is found most frequent in sub-Saharan Africa, at least outside of the Americas, but its sister lineage is not. The majority of the D haplogroup carriers are found in East Asia. Even more specific, D1 is only found in East Asia and nowhere else. So the D haplogroup descendants are the most closely related group to E haplogroup descendants. So I'm gonna pause it there. We'll go back. So everybody on, on the same page with that DE super page?
No.
Oh yeah, Sean, go ahead, react to it, man. It's all good, man. Yeah, do your thing. But is everybody on the same page about this DE super play? At least do you guys know what it is? Okay, anybody really talking? I'm gonna keep going then. That's a PowerPoint. Here we go. All right. But they're not sub-Saharan. They're East Asian. Which brings me to my most important point. And we're gonna get into the genetic studies and everything like that. I know you guys came, that was the most important part. But I'm just setting the groundwork for everything that's to come. The D1 haplogroup is missing in Africa, in Europe, West Asia, Central Asia. So at this point, what I'm saying and basically demonstrating here is that when we say that the D1 haplogroup is missing in these continents, these land masses, it means that fossil evidence hasn't been found for these particular in these land masses.
Fossil evidence hasn't been found? Let me let you finish.
Concerning D1. Populations don't carry D1 in these land masses. Now,
false. He said it wasn't in Africa and yada yada yada, and you couldn't find this, you couldn't find that, yada 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 yada. Okay, all right. So let's take a break from him for just a little bit. And let's go to DNA genics. Let's explore your DNA. When in time, your haplogroup in context. This is dealing with D, ladies and gentlemen. 70,000 years ago out of Africa, a major migration of modern humans out of Africa happened. 54,000 years ago, haplogroup D, your Y DNA haplogroup emerged in Africa. Remember how he just said what he just said, where it wasn't in Africa, right? Said it wasn't nowhere. D1 missing somewhere. But 54,000 years ago, haplogroup D was in Africa. Around 50,000 years ago, Upper Paleolithic, advanced tool making, art, and cultural explosion. See this? So this gives you a gist of that. Now, there's more specifics to it because this site has a lot of information on it. But when he said that it wasn't in Africa, I just wanted to kind of show you how we getting hoodooed around here. Peace to IBM. What's good with you, bro? Yeah, we know he lying, bro. I don't know how he gonna debate me and Chef on the subject. Me and Chefrin was arguing about something that was really about white people, and ultimately we both agreed that they can't see that the furthest star, right? That dwarf star. They could see one that was really, really bright because everybody could see the one, but the other one, no, they couldn't see that. But the white boy said that they could, that they had the wherewithal to see some shit, and he put the claim on the Dogon. But man, I don't care nothing about what he's saying. Hey, sub-Saharan lineage, yeah, he cracking up. Yeah, hold on. Let me get back to dude. But I wanted to put that in the chat as it pertains to Haplogroup D, just to show you that Haplogroup D is in Africa, and he said that Haplogroup D wasn't in these places, and he put it to you like the shit was missing.
But they're not sub-Saharan. They're East Asian, which brings me to my most important point. And we're gonna get into genetic studies and everything like that. I know you guys came. That was the most important part. But I'm just setting the groundwork, for everything that's to come. The D1 haplogroup is missing in Africa, in Europe, West Asia, Central Asia. So at this point, what I'm saying and basically demonstrating here is that when we say that the D1 haplogroup is missing in these continents, these land masses, it means that fossil evidence hasn't been found for these particular in these land masses concerning D1. Populations don't carry D1 in these land masses. Now, of course, the DO is found in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, I believe in Nigeria, but at a very low frequency. But that still doesn't resolve D1 being all the way across the Asian landmass in East Asia. So anyway, continuing on. And so I'll just continue. I'll follow up on that a little bit later. But yet, it is found in East Asia.
All right. So let's stop them again. Let's keep it basic. Haplogroup DE, ladies and gentlemen, is a human Y chromosome DNA haplogroup. It is defined by the singular nucleotide polymorphism, SNPs. Some people call them SNPs, or UEPs, M1, YAP, M145, yada, 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 yada. DE is unique because why is it unique? Because is unique because it is distributed in several geographical distinct clusters. Okay, an immediate subclade haplogroup D is also mainly found in East Asia. Okay, parts of Central Asia and the Andaman Islands, but also sporadically in West Africa and West Asia. All right. The other immediate subclade, haplogroup E, is common in Africa and to a lesser extent the Middle East and Southern Europe. The most well-known unique event of polymorphism that defines DE is the Y chromosome ALU polymorphism, YAP. That mutation was caused when a strand of DNA known as ALU inserted a copy of itself into the Y chromosome. Hence, all Y chromosomes belonging to DE and their subclades are YAP positive. All chromosomes that belong to other groups and subclades, hold on, my bad, and subclades are YAP positive, YAP plus. All Y chromosomes that belong to other haplogroups and subclades are YAP negative. The age of haplogroup DE previously estimated between 65 and 71,000 years, and later estimated around 68,555 years, and most recently around 76,000 years. The origin of this insertion discoveries, this is led by Michael Hamer. I think I showed a video about Michael Hamer to y'all before. But between 97 and 98, Hamer published 3 articles relating to the origins of haplogroup DE. So it should be a lecture online from Michael Hamer, the University of Arizona, talking about DE, because most of his shit can be found that way. The scenarios outlined by Hamer include an out-of-Africa migration. Over 100,000 years ago, the YAP in the insertion of an Asian Y chromosome 55,000 years ago, and a back migration YAP plus Asia to Africa 31,000 years ago. Now, if you were listening earlier on when he was saying what he was saying, when he mentioned a back migration into Africa, he talking about some shit that happened 31,000 years ago, right? So remember, his argument, well, I'm going to let him make his argument to you, but I need to highlight something. That at a time the last glacial maximum is happening and all this other shit, how you're going to move from Asia back to Africa, then back across the Bering Strait in less than a few thousand years. That's a lot of walking and a lot of, and real fast. That's a hell of a lot of walking. They ain't on boats. They ain't flying around here in helicopters and jets. They footing it. Braving conditions. You know what I'm saying? So I want y'all to remember that, and we'll come back to it. But he finna get distracted, and then he gonna go on his little rant, and he ain't even really gonna be dealing with the subject matter.
This implies 2 scenarios. Either DE at one time was somewhere deep in Asia and split there, and E migrates through Asia and Africa. Or DE splits in or just outside of Africa and D migrates across Asia to East Asia. So if we have DE splitting in or just outside of Africa and D migrates across Asia, then we have movement from a sister lineage going across a landmass. But even more interestingly is the idea of a DE split deep in Asia, where the E is returning across Asia into Africa. And this is still a topic that's not been completely
This is when I know that he don't know what the hell he's talking about. Like, bro, what are you just talking about? See how we just read that and it said all the shit that he just said earlier, and then he comes back and he says this dumbass shit. He literally says this dumbass shit. Like, bro, like, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? For real. And why are you doing it? You're not understanding it. I just showed y'all D in Africa. Of course, you know I can show you E in Africa. Then showed you DE. Read and broke that down. He's saying it wasn't. He's saying all the things that he's saying. And if you're listening to him closely, he continues to make you think. And what he's trying to argue is that this E, right? This EM or this E that we got, he gonna say that they came from Asia. That's his argument. There ain't no other argument that he making right now. Is that he trying to give credence to Asia. So he gonna argue that we the first peoples. We the Paleo Indians. That could be his only argument. The only problem with that is that when they mapped out the genome and they came across ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2, that didn't go too well for Negroes being Native Americans.
So they found a DO in Nigeria that kind of made them lean back towards African origin for DE, possibly, which would mean that the E would stay and remain in Africa, and the D would leave Africa and go all the way to East Asia and populate East Asia. By the way, the Joman peoples are D1. They were also mound builders, just putting that out there. I didn't have a chance. I didn't really have time to.
These people that you're talking about, that you're saying that are mound builders, ain't the least bit us or black at all. These people are not black at all. The mound builders, bro. See, this is what I mean by you trying to do too many. We don't know if you talking maternal. We don't know if you talking about paternal. But then you start just mixing up shit and then just throwing it at us and never giving us the actual insight or understanding on which one of these haplogroups that you're talking about. Are you talking about the first man to come into the Americas or the first woman to enter the Americas, or both? Because this A, B, C, D, and E, this A, B, C, D, and X situation that you're dealing with as it pertains to the Americas ain't got nothing to do with black people. And you ain't going to be able to prove that. You can't name me one group of black people in America today that practices Clovis culture or Native American culture. And I ain't talking about dressing up for rituals and shit like that. I'm talking about the nuances of these particular people, the way that they rock. Let me finish my breakfast. This nigga tripping. This nigga's tripping. I want y'all to hear it. It gets sillier.
Really prepare any citations about the mound building and how we know that the D1 is found within the remains in these mound building artifacts. But let me get back on track. Let me go back to where I was. This has been heavily debated amongst phylogeneticists and anthropologists, but still not resolved. Rare deep-rooting Y chromosome lineages in humans. Lessons for phylogeny. Okay, so I'm citing the actual article that this information is coming out of. This next quote here.
And ain't none of us got a source.
Significant evidence for range expansion from west use the position of Group E within the then apparently African and Asian. However, we showed that apparently, I meant to take this slide out. I'm actually going to stop sharing and then I'm gonna reshare, and I'm gonna read it directly from the article itself. That's what I planned on doing, because that copy and paste didn't work out too well. So
Told you.
let me find it.
Told you. He just told you. Copy and paste didn't work too well. And you're trying to convince us that you read this shit. And you're trying to convince us that you know what you're talking about. And you're trying to convince us because of X, Y, and Z, this is why we're not West Africans. All the while, you're not dealing with no maternal or paternal haplogroups that are West African in origin, or any other evidence that actually proves the latter. You're just surmising some pseudo shit. It's really all you're doing. And I don't think that, and like I said in the chat, I don't think that you understand what you're actually reading. I don't. You can't convince me.
Yeah, here it is. So I'm gonna reshare. I'm gonna check this comment section too, see what y'all got going on. See what's how y'all feel about this. The D found in Southeast Asia, like Sri Lanka, Australian Aborigines. It's not dominant in Australia. You know, it might be found in Australia, but it's not dominant in Australia.
How do you know it's not?
That haplogroup is dominant in East Asia, in Japan, Tibet, Thailand, so forth and so on. China, so forth and so on.
Where's origin?
What's my source? I'm about to pull it up now. India. What are you talking about? I mean, some of this stuff is general information.
No, it's not.
And you know, to a certain extent, you know,
it's not.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's not general information, because if you took the moment out to fucking read, you wouldn't even put this damn presentation together. You would have backed the fuck off and shut up, or conceded to the fact that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Y'all just heard him name some shit, so I'm gonna go ahead and name it. Haplogroup E was Yap positive. Haplogroup D, which is Yap positive, was clearly an Asian lineage, being found only in East Asia with high frequencies in the Andaman Islands, Japan, and Tibet. Because the mutations that define haplogroup E were observed to be in the ancestral state in haplogroup D, and haplogroup D at 55,000 years ago was considerably older than haplogroup E at 31,000 years ago, Amer concluded that haplogroup E was a subclade of haplogroup D and migrated back to Africa. (2000) study concerning the origin of the Yap-positive mutation analyzed 841 Y chromosomes representing 36 human Y geographical distributions of the presence of Y specific allele insert. They also analyzed out of Africa and out of Asia models, and for the Yap mutations, according to the authors, the most ancient positive Yap plus mutation was found in Asian lineages and Tibetans, but curiously not in Japanese lineages. More recent Yap positive lineages were distributed almost equally in Asians and Africans, with a smaller distribution of Europe. Boy, you can't get around Africa. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, you can't get around Africa, because the way you're trying to frame your argument is on a level of ignorance. I don't think you know, like I said. Hit the like button, man. Share the show, man. Yeah, and I don't know why they want to be mound builders. IBM. The white boy said that they saw a star that they never said they saw. Knowing about a star and seeing a star are two different things. I don't care what Unbiased is saying. He don't know what the fuck he's saying because he didn't pay attention to either video or the presentation done on the subject matter.
You guys be like, pull up this, show us some citations and stuff. Like, this stuff is general information. It should be for those who follow this type of information. But anyway, let me pull it up. Oh, that ain't it. Where is that? Oh, it's on my window. That's not it either. Let's see. Nah, it should be there. It's not showing that tab. Sorry, y'all. 1 second. I might just have to share the whole screen. Ooh, that look messed up. Hopefully that's coming up well. But I'm going to read the section that I'm talking about right here. You see the article? It says, because Group E represents the great majority of Y chromosomes found in sub-Saharan Africa, local frequencies of between 65 and 100, there has been considerable interest and debate over the geographic origin of the Yap clade and the consequent implications for early human migration patterns. Amer and colleagues used the position of Group E within the apparently paraphyletic Group D to argue for Asian origin of the Yap clade and subsequent back migration event that brought more derived Yap chromosomes into Africa from Asia. Okay, it goes on to say that that's disputed because of the DO found in Nigeria, but it goes on to say on the right column. I'm gonna read the whole thing. Here we report a new, very rare, deep-rooting haplogroup within the Yap clade, together with data on other deep-rooting Yap clades. The new haplogroup so far, and let me zoom in so I'll make sure y'all see it. I'm reading right here. Here we report a new, very rare, deep-rooting haplogroup within the Yap clade. Together with data on other deep-rooting Yap clades, the new haplogroup so far found only in 5 Nigerians. So again, a lot of people try to disapprove any possibility of an Asian origin because of the newest DO haplogroup being found within these Nigerians, but this is at a low frequency. As it says, it's found in five Nigerians. Now, it could have been since then, you know, it could have been found in more of the population, but is the least derived of all YAP chromosomes according to currently known binary markers, such as the application of the same phylogeographic inference method used by Hamer and colleagues. Hamer and colleagues leads to the opposite conclusion: significant evidence for range expansion from West Africa to Asia. However, we show that the apparently paraphyletic status of this haplogroup, and hence the conclusions of the nearest cladistic analysis, are also likely to be illusionary. The interior branching order and hence the origin of YAP-derived haplogroups remains uncertain. We discussed the problems presented by rare deep-rooting lineages for Y chromosome phylogeography. Okay? So I'm going to stop the share on this. And I'm going to get some thoughts on that. So clearly it said that it was unresolved, at least at that time. Now, that article was written in 2003. So it's been plenty of conversations to be had about it, but it's not a clear resolution for YAP-derived haplogroups. Of course, African Americans fall within the E haplogroup, which is a YAP-derived haplogroup. The article is clearly saying that they don't know for sure which direction that migration happened in, because they have a split lineage all the way across in East Asia. Everybody clear at least on that part. I don't think it's any arguing that.
Once again, the motherfucking thing told us that the origins, where the origins for it was at. It told us. What are we doing where you can't comprehend that instead of looking at the article, go look at the haplogroup that you're discussing and see what it is referring to, and then you build on it from that, because the searching the origins is going to give you more information on how it is distributed. You keep talking about yep positive. Bro, we know you're looking at the goddamn wiki article and you trying to get to some bullshit. But you still ain't tied none of this shit to people that are black in America. Until you just try to say that dumbass shit you just said. So I'm gonna let you finish.
D is not Asian origin, because oral tradition of those who carry the YAP group tells us of a migration from Africa years ago. Who is that? What are you talking about? What oral tradition? Mr. Castro. What oral tradition are you talking about? I'm confusing you. Which E? Sean, it's only one E. It's only one E, man. It's only one E. And then the E diversifies further downstream, but there is no two E's. What do you mean, do I know where the E comes from? Now, my position is I don't know where the E came from. It came from basically between, based on the Outer Africa now, you know, because I don't want y'all putting words in my mouth. Based on the Outer Africa model, it's coming between, anywhere between Northeast Africa and East Asia, because that's where it's found at. The E is found in the Americas, of course, if you believe in you know, that we all came by way of the slave trade. We are all, well, the majority of us anyway, are E haplogroup carriers. But based on the Outer Africa and the slave trade narrative.
Pause. Are African Americans E carriers? Are we e-carriers? Or is it something else that's associated with that? I swear I don't be knowing what these people be doing, man, when they get online and then they throw up an article and then try to goddamn. It never makes sense to me. It never ever makes sense. Let me see if I can remember my damn login. I think it's it. Shit. Dang it. Oh, that was it. Let me get my verification code. Oh, there go the message right there. Don't ask me, y'all. Because you were tested on an earlier version of 23andMe genotyping chip, you do not have the current reports and updates. So what the fuck I gotta do? Upgrade now. Well, then upgrade my shit. Man, I don't care nothing about that bullshit. Upgrade, $79. Oh, crazy. I don't care nothing about that health shit. Are we E? I can't see the chat yet. My bad. I'm trying to log into my shit or get my stuff pulled up. Well, they don't call it E1B1A no more. My bad, y'all. I'm just trying to get my stuff up. Ramon said E1B1A. Yeah, they don't call it that no more. Yeah, he using the article from 2003 and an article from 2009. That's a fact. Bro, why do you keep sending me to this? I'm not even trying to look at this. It's going to be EM. They didn't change the website up. EM 180. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can share it now. A 275,000 years ago goes into DE. Y'all remember when he was saying this shit about DE? This what I'm saying, bro. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, the conversation over. DE. Right here, DE-M145, 76,000 years ago. EM96, 73,000 years ago. EM180 origins, your paternal line, branch of E, dominates south of the Sahara. The haplogroup originated about 17,000 years ago in pockets of Western Africa that were habitable at the time, when much of the continent was extremely dry due to ice age climate conditions. Over 10,000 years later, men bearing haplogroup EM180 migrated through sub-Saharan Africa, spurred by the development of agriculture and iron working in the region. This is mine. This isn't everybody else's, because some of them, like Ramon, he might have a different E or something else. So then it goes on to say EM180 is common today among speakers of the Bantu languages and those related to them. It reaches levels of up to 90% of the Mandinka and Yoruba and Western Africa. This is why you see that damn Nigerian in a lot of motherfuckers over here, where the migrations began. Further from the origin, the EM180 reaches frequencies of 50% higher in the Hutuku, Sukumi, the Herero, and the Khoisan. The lineage is also common in haplogroups among African American male individuals. About 60% of African American men fall into this haplogroup primarily due to the Atlantic slave trade, which drew individuals from Western Africa, Mozambique, where EM180 accounts for the majority of men. The conversation is over. If African Americans are not West African, then why is 60% of African American men shit falling under the haplogroup from West Africa? I let him say all that shit. 55 minutes of him just his bullshit. We probably skipped, not really about 20 something. We skipped some of that shit. All of that shit has been eliminated by sharing your screen and putting your DNA up there. All the other stuff, the origins talk, or the different subclades, talking clusters, all of that is out the window. It is irrelevant. We don't care nothing about EV38 or none of this. This is the fun part of DNA right here. We don't care nothing about this. That's the fun part. That's this is that entertainment shit. Look who comes into the chat and asks a dumbass question. I ain't even finna be the one to tell this dumbass, answer this dumbass nigga. See that? See that? Where's Mozambique? Let me show you. Where's Mozambique? Where Mozambique at? Let's pull it up on the map for Mr. Slow. Let's pull it up for Mr. Slow. Let's go to a map. Then when we go to a map, we're gonna let him answer his own question. So here go Mozambique over here. Right next to Zimbabwe, Botswana, Zambia, and Angola. Tanzania, Malawi, is all of that's right there. The Congo, all of that is right there. He asked a question about how many people would come from over here. He didn't ask this question about how the hell did they get some people from Madagascar to the Americas, which there were people from Madagascar, and that even shows up in people's DNA. He says Well, how many people from Mozambique comes up? Don't matter. Or do it matter? Do it matter? It don't matter. They came from Africa, bro. Crazy work how you just be coming in here asking questions. Google your answer next time and have fun with AI. Because you should be able to find it. And you'll find it real easily, too. The answer to your question. Don't ask no more questions. Just shut the fuck up and learn. Don't ask us nothing else. By 1800, Mozambique had become one of the world's major slave trading centers. Hundreds of thousands of Mozambicans were sold to slave traders and sent to the Americas. So the answer is hundreds of thousands. Until at least 1870, no other form of commerce generated as much profit. So just so you know, origin and migrations of haplogroup EM180 is significant. And as it pertains to black people in America, this is why you see the EM180, the EM180 haplogroup in 60% of the African American males. And the reason why they fall up under it. And it deals with not only the Mandinka and Yoruba, but these others, which are the Hutu, Sukumi, the Herero, and the Koiza, all that. We ain't arguing with nobody no more. Go get some tests done and find out about your real origins. We ain't arguing with him no more. So this dude said all of that shit only for him to get debunked again about DE. We're going to let him speak a little bit more before we transition into the next part of this. Because I ain't got 3 hours for this, and I'm pretty sure IB and Melanated now was giving this dude the business.
We got the E out of Africa. That answers your question. I don't really know what you mean by what E though. I think it's pretty self-explanatory what E is.
Now, the reason that I asked him about E and which E that he was referring to, because of what I just showed y'all, the EM180. The EM180 is specific to black people in the Americas, as 60% of us have the EM180. So when I said which E, and he said what he just said, he's not understanding what I'm asking. Remember, his argument that is African Americans are not West African. If African Americans are not West African, why are we carrying EM180? Dude said that AI said that Mozambique people were sent to Brazil. When the fuck did I say they were sent to America? What is Brazil? Don't y'all argue that Brazil is South America? Is Brazil not South America? Brazil is South America. The last time I checked, Brazil was South America. Can somebody please correct me if Brazil is not South America? And guess what? The people that were sent to Brazil would later be sent to the Caribbeans, which would later be sent to America over time. They were pulling people out of, why the fucking closet got, bro, this motherfucker tripping. Anyway, they were pulling people out of places where they already had them working and moving them into other regions into the Americas slowly but surely. That's why you have an intracontinental slave trade. You slow ass nigga. You don't even fucking understand that there's an intracontinental slave trade going on, meaning that they're moving these people from one place to another place. You're so steadfast hung up on, well, they went to Brazil. That's South America. What a fuck? They didn't, not all of them stayed in South America. They pulled people out of South America, moved them into the Caribbeans, moved the Caribbeans into the Americas. When they broke it, when they broke their backs and had them trained down into that bullshit, then they took them people out of there and moved them into fucking America. They just didn't stay in Brazil. That's why you have an intracontinental slave trade. And AI should be able to tell you that. If you go look at it, ask the goddamn question. We gave you a timeline of 1800. You should be able to put the pieces together. It's simple. Everybody know that they was bringing bodies to Brazil. That ain't no fucking question. They wasn't going directly to America like that at that particular, like that. Them directs was coming directly from West and Central Africa in the period where they were getting people directly from. But the people earlier than that, when they wasn't getting them directly from, they were going through the Caribbeans and South America to be able to get people. Damn, bro. How do you don't know about an intercontinental slave trade? So I'm gonna give you an example. And then I'm not even gonna entertain it no more. I'm gonna give you an example, and then I'm not gonna entertain it no more. The story of Mahama Gardo Bakuikwa. He was a former slave. He was taken from, listen to this, the Niger Delta in Africa. He was sold into slavery in Brazil and ultimately freed with the help of American abolitionists in New York. How the fuck does he go from the Niger Delta, sold into slavery in Brazil, but freed in America by an abolitionist in New York? Let me move on. You see how quick you can dismiss these people that don't understand the intracontinental slave trade? They just come up here and they just get to running off at their yaps. I give you that. You want this source, nigga? I give it to you. Cause your ass don't even fucking read. You should be coming over here wasting people's time, man. What's up, melanated? Got 1,000 motherfucking questions. I ain't never got a fucking answer. Don't even understand how motherfuckers get from one place to another. And I Bella told your stupid ass that too. And it says it on AI. It tells him on AI if he go do more in-depth study on it. It tells him that they brought people from Mozambique to North America. It says that too. It says the earlier versions of them all were going into Brazil. It is what it is. They went into Brazil. They also went into Central America. They also went into North America around the 1800s. There's no running away from any of that. He can sit here and say whatever the fuck he want to say about anything that he want to say about it. I don't care. The motherfuckers is stupid. Bro, you act like you don't know how people get here, bro. It ain't just directly or it's indirectly as well. It literally says that if you just go over there and you do it. It literally says it. Slaves sent from Mozambique to America. There's even a story about two princes. I'm gonna do this. This is the last one, just because I know he's still here. Here you go, bro. The incredible journey of two princes from Mozambique whose lives were upended by the slave trade. Where you think they ended up? Where you think they ended up? Where you think they ended up? Look at that route. Where do you think that these two princes ended up, bro? They ended up in America. They ended up in the hands of the English. I mean, you gotta. Oh shit! I ain't even give y'all the last one, did I? Hold on. Oh yeah, I did. He didn't look. He talking about AI said something. You should have AI. Hold on. Let's see what AI say, because I don't believe. Approximately 500,000 enslaved East Africans, primarily from Mozambique, were forcibly transported to the Americas between 1860 and 1865. While the vast majority were sent to Brazil, some were also traded to the French Caribbean and United States. That's what fucking AI says. If you don't believe me, why did you come in the chat and just try to say it says one thing? You didn't read. That's what I mean. Sometimes if you just hit the button that says deep dive, this don't even say deep dive. This is the basic. And then it gives you 4 sources. And you opted out of it's an article from Vanderbilt University on here about it. It says it right there. Approximately 500,000 enslaved East Africans, primarily from Mozambique, were forcibly transported to the Americas between 1800 and 1865, while the vast majority sent to Brazil. Some were also traded to French Caribbean and the United States. End of story. Key factors of Mozambique America's trade. Scale and scope. Primary destinations. Brazil, French Caribbean. What I say, everywhere I said. United States. While less common than West African origins, some Mozambicans were brought to the U.S. often through Cuba or via Dutch raids on Portuguese ships. I don't need to look it up. I've been studying this shit for a long time. Telling you about it. I kept saying intratrade, and some direct. You don't listen. All them times you done showed up over here, you don't listen. You project and you say shit. You just blamed AI for some shit. The AI sitting here saying, "Nah, nigga, you wrong. I didn't say that. I said more than that." Fucking dumbass. Let's go back to this other stupid so I can move on.
Nah, bro, I'm missing the point. What's the point? I'm gonna give you one more shot, man. I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, I disagree with out of Africa, and I'm gonna partially show you how. I have to put the out of Africa.
So he replied to my comment in the chat. I asked him if he disagreed with the out of Africa model. I also asked him if he took a DNA test, and he never would say that he took a DNA test. He avoided answering that question several times during this exchange. Literally, it's a comment on his show in the live stream that pulls up, and I asked him about his DNA. I don't even know if it's going to show right here, because I wanted to know if he trusted DNA, since he was using DNA in his argument. I asked him about it. Trust me, I'm asking the questions. You sitting here, you saying all this shit, bro. Do you even believe in DNA? I'm asking them. So, and then I asked him about the out of Africa theory. So I'm going along with everything to make it go from there. And just so we have it on file, what the guy's saying. What's up, Infinite Minds?
Shut down in another presentation, but there are several anomalies about out of Africa, and some of it is in this presentation.
Anomalies.
Nah, I'm not even saying we descend from North Africans necessarily, but what I will say is that we based on the out of Africa model, our prevalence started. The E prevalence started in Northeast Africa. The E crystallizes in the Sudan, has some movement up into Northeast Africa. Some study shows that it went out of Africa into the Levant at some point, has some substantial prevalence up there. I wouldn't say high frequency up there, but it eventually comes back down out of the Levant back into Northeast Africa, and then forms the E1. E1 pretty much has the same type of movement that his predecessor had, which would be the E group clade, and it pretty much persists within Northeast Africa. And this is a part I think you guys often miss, at least the people who are on board with the Pan-African, philosophy. You guys, so I can't say every.
And I said something about that, because what the fuck does genetics have to do with Pan-Africanism? Not a fucking thing. Nothing. The 6K club caught him. He just admitted we descend from Africa. I said the same thing too. We ain't Asians.
Everybody, because a lot of Pan-Africans, they believe that the E haplogroup has some type of DNA significance in Northeast Africa within the Egyptian bloodline, and Kemet, so forth and so on, Nubia, Kush, and everything.
Pause. I just showed y'all Ramesses III. We can go to the 25th dynasty, show you somebody else. We can go somewhere else and show. Like, bro, like you keep digging holes, bro. I'm glad I was working out, wasn't paying attention to your motherfucking ass, because you were just saying some shit, and that shit terrible. That shit you kicking is terrible, bro. Absolute clusterfuck. Look what I say. I'm not stopping anything. I don't think he knows DNA. He just trying to divert.
Thing like that. So I can't say everybody in that movement is ignorant to that. But yes, the E starts in Northeast Africa based on the out of Africa model. I never said it made us Asian, champ. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is the point that I'm making is our ancestral migrational patterns is not all African.
That's a lie. Because you arguing that African Americans are not West African. How, Sway? I just gave you 60% of them having one of the EM180s. If we get Unc to come on here and pull his DNA up, he not EM180. He another one. It's gonna be many different groups, and we can get all the way to 100%. Me and Damo EM180. I think Wujawu's is different. I can't remember Wujawu DNA, his haplogroup specifically. I know me and Damo's was the same, but I think Kofi's was different. Ben's is definitely different. His dad from Senegal. Aziz, I don't think he EM180 either, because his people's Wolof. They from Senegal too. So I don't know what this motherfucker over here trying to play. But he ain't smart. Whatever he doing, ain't smart. Straight up. Straight up. Straight up.
Now, if you want to say, if you want to say that our phenotype, our genotype is Afro, Negro, or Afro in type, I'm on board with that. That's cool. That's cool. But what I'm saying is that, that's predominantly what we are now. But obviously our predecessors had some type of movement over the Asian continent had to.
No.
D just doesn't disappear. It might not have remained successful, and it eventually went extinct. But the point is, it picked up alleles, genomes along the way that is not being picked up within the
No. So before I get into this Negro source, he keep making these mistakes, bro. You keep saying what we is, what we ain't, yada yada yada, and then you saying not everybody is gonna be African, so you don't think that everybody came across the water. So show me an African haplogroup that came from a different route. Just show us. It's what we're asking you for, simple things. Jesus Christ, my computer's acting funny. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Boom, boom, wow, 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 wow. That's why y'all gotta get DNA tests done. I'd rather be with you, yeah. Genetic history of the African diaspora. There's a whole wiki article on this shit before I go anywhere else. Everybody always know I say L. I bring up L's, but it ain't just that. So let's do a little reading. These are the Haplogroups right here. It's a lot of them, with 60% of them being EM180. Remember, they changed. EM180 used to be called something else. You seen in the chat earlier the E1B1A, yada 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 yada. It take and goes to this to break it down, because he be saying it's so quick, so fast, and they can't even understand it. So here, y'all can pause the video, because I ain't finna go through all of these E1B1A1A1, yeah, all that. I'm not doing that. I ain't bringing up the L's and none of that. E's and L's. E's and L's. So I'm gonna give it to you. E's and L's. You got some that might have a R1. If they were messing, if they got ancestors that was messing with them Arabs. At an African American cemetery dated 18th century, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, enslaved African Americans carried haplogroups U5 and U6. That's in that particular area. At Anson Street burial site in Charleston, South Carolina, they carried haplogroup L0, L1B, L1C, 9 carried L2, 12 carried L3, 1 carried U6. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on where we are where all of this shit goes. But they have a study that breaks it down, and that is why you see 60% having the EM180 and other ones having other ones. And then it's rare that you see someone like Albert Perry to show up with A00 when you have all these other haplogroups that are being fostered in, especially with the L's. So what I'm trying to say to the brother that did this fucking presentation is this: if African Americans are not West African, why do we have West and Central African haplogroups? This nigga just said that someone was illiterate after this someone just read to them. Boy, what is you doing in the chat? I'm gonna help you out. We ain't wasting no cells on a motherfucker that don't even know what illiterate means, but calling people illiterate.
Stream descendants as a noun, but it contributes to our ancestry. So anyway, I'm gonna move on, man. Sean, you one of them guys, man. At least you seem like it, man. I don't know. You said we never talked before, man, but it seemed like it for sure. But anyway, we here for you to show us that we Asian. That wasn't the subject of the matter, sir. The title was not African Americans are Asian, brother. We're gonna keep it moving though. I see what you're trying to do though. You trying to take the conversation somewhere else, but this ain't Facebook, man. This my show, man. I'm about to do this right. Check it out. We'll get back on track. So anyway, I laid that groundwork. We're going to move on. These points become more relevant later. I meant to take that slide out. They're relevant right now because I've already explained it. DE's migrational pattern. Today, the E haplogroup is found in... The haplogroup is found. I don't know what that slide was trying to say. Sorry about that. Why is this significant? Bias by narrative. What's interesting is based on the current mainstream phylogenetic modeling, all Negro population groups, including that of so-called African Americans, the E lineage is much older than the oldest basal clade that had genetic input into modern Native Americans. And the most associated maternal lineage, the L lineage, is much older than the E lineage by roughly 50,000 years. Despite the E lineage being much older and as well as the maternal L lineage being even more ancient than the E, cross-migrational movement and braided gene flow patterns are never considered or factored for the ancestors of so-called African Americans, despite the fact that so-called African Americans and West Africans continue to capture ghost population integration signals whose fossil evidence has still not been found in Africa, indicating that this population group was highly mobile. Now, if you notice, I didn't say that they did not reside in Africa. I'm not going to take it that I can talk without taking the screen down. Didn't say that they weren't in Africa. I'm just saying that they're highly mobile, just in case somebody tries to get that twisted. But what I do believe is that they did migrate. They, basically my point about Africa is that it's not insignificant. And my point in, to this only Africa thing is that I believe that it takes away from, obvious migrational patterns and basically cross-continental kind of like, I guess you could say, like empire-like movement that I believe that Pan-Africanism smothers, if that makes sense.
It has nothing to do with it.
But I'm gonna keep moving. Despite such patterns seen by African Americans and even younger population groups represented in part by the Malta Boy discovery, African American ancestral movement has only been considered for only one landmass, which is Africa, which I attribute to the narrative bias of the slave trade story. And thus, since this narrative is the only story written of Black Americans, there is much reluctance to consider any other historical narrative for Black Americans. Forced to fit, because of the slave narrative, any anomalies pertaining to Black American DNA is attempted to be explained by the slave trade narrative, which is exactly what they did pertaining to the study that I'm about to show. Genetic narrative, Atlantic slave trade narrative. Slave trade narrative dictates, now I spit this off the top of my head, so if any information is slightly off, so be it, but you guys get the general narrative. Slave trade narrative dictates that 12 million people were kidnapped and transported to North America. I'm sorry, not North America, but throughout, it says North America, the Caribbeans, and then South America, with the estimated 355,000 being dispersed across North America. These slaves were primarily taken from West Africa, and therefore it is believed that modern Black Africans are, Black Americans are descendants of West Africans. But Black American genetics continue to fail to cooperate with this narrative, and I will show you how. In a study titled Characterizing the Admixed African Ancestry of African Americans, and I'm going to read this study right off the actual, right from the study itself. But in the meantime, I'm going to quote it off this PowerPoint from the results and conclusions section. And y'all got to bear with me and read this carefully. Hear this out carefully. From cluster analysis, pay attention to the wording. we found that all African Americans are admixed in their African components of ancestry, with the majority contributions being from West and West Central Africa, and only modest variation in these African ancestry proportions among individuals. Furthermore, by principal component analysis, we found little evidence of genetic structure within the African component of ancestry in African Americans. And this is the conclusion portion. These results are consistent with historic mating patterns among African Americans that are largely uncorrelated to African ancestral origins. So here, they're trying to explain the anomaly with the slave trade narrative. But let me continue. And they cast doubt on the general utility of mtDNA or Y chromosome markers alone to delineate the full African ancestry of African Americans. Our results also indicate that the genetic architecture of African Americans is distinct from that of Africans. Okay? It said Africans in general, and that the greatest source of potential genetic stratification bias is in case control studies of African Americans derives from the proportion of European ancestry. So what they're saying, and I'm gonna explain what that European ancestry means, because in this scientific study, they isolated the African component, which they pretty much demonstrated in that in that first paragraph. But anyway, if you guys thought on that first part, and I'm gonna pull up that.
And I'm in the chat telling this man that he don't know what the fuck he's reading or why he's reading it. He don't. He mixing up. He got this 2009 article, and he just going in on it, thinking that he just really dealing with something. Hold on, let me. I just seen that somebody was asking for some. What's up? Let me get this dude. Let me get this stranger in the building. No, he don't understand what he reading, because the article that he gave all of us in the chat is saying characterizing the admixed African ancestry of African Americans. Yeah, if you FBA, you can't be Abo. That's what the Abos is telling. That's what the Abos is telling Abo Power. They say he fake. The Abos told Abo Power that Calvin Denzel Roberts that he can't be. He can't be one of them if he FBA. What up?
Man, Jesus Christ, man, what's wrong with this guy?
He don't know what he reading.
Oh man, wow.
He gave us the source with the understanding of we needed to read it carefully. Now he assumes that African Americans are not West African because of these different clades of E and D and DE and all this shit happening outside of Africa. And he's saying that everybody didn't come to the Americas via the transatlantic slave trade.
All right, good there.
Right. And when he ain't got to that point on how they get there. He said he don't believe in the outer Africa theory. He don't rock with the outer Africa theory. But he was trying to use DNA to argue. So I asked if he ever took a DNA test, and I never got an answer from him about the DNA. So then when he gives us the source, this the source he gives everybody.
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna wait till the God Killer come back so we can keep him posted.
I'm right here.
So he gives us this source. This is what he's reading.
It can't read.
No, because it is clearly telling you about the admixed African ancestry of African Americans.
Right, saying they got admixture with different groups in Africa.
Correct.
Yeah, come on now.
It is justifying our Holocaust. It is telling us why we got all these different groups of people in us. He's like, well, they isolated this. They took the European component out. Here, see, they saying we ain't this, that, or the third. So when he was reading it, because he don't read the article, he start reading this part of it, the abstract, results, conclusion, and then he tries to cherry pick some other ways around it. And I'm like, wait a minute, bro, but you're tripping. It's literally telling you, and they keep telling you about African Americans. So why is you keep on saying everything other than what the article is saying? Then he wanted to argue us up and down that we don't know what we're talking about. Hold on, I gotta
Nah, he not these.
What you say, Oh, you had it. He done took his time, put this on the presentation, and the whole time he flopping. Don't even know he flopping. He got India in the chat mad at him. She telling him that he's slow. Melanated was waiting on the evidence for 3 hours. They sit there and listen to this dude for 3 hours on the conclusion that African Americans are not from West Africa and they never got it. I listened for an hour while I was working out. And I couldn't do it no more. Let me pull up the whole article that he gave everybody. All right, so here go the article. It's the same one as it read. The other one summarizes it. This is the full article, right? And what I want to do, because I know Unc is here.
I'm right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit of this. I got the article up, but I'm gonna play a little bit of the video, and then I wanna show you how slow this guy is. 'Cause he's slow.
The actual study, so I can show you that I'm reading this directly from the source verbatim. What did I do with that thing, man? I think it's on Chrome. That's on Windows. Yeah, I can bring it up on Windows. 1 second.
Hey, but Sean, but why is he trying to read a scientific article? Just read the daggone abstract and the conclusion and keep stepping. Why is he all in the middle of the date? He can't read that.
Because he is trying to
crazy.
Yeah, but he's looking for a way out to say that we different from Africans, or we don't have that African component genetically.
And that don't mean read an article. What's the article?
I don't know. That's why I'm finna let you listen to it, because you gotta hear this. This is right here. This moment of clarity is the real reason why you cannot listen to these fools. This dude on the screen think that he is not African. I said, is you Asian?
Let me see. Here it is. I think this is it. Yeah, you guys should be able to see that.
Hey, Sean, what'd you say the title of the article was?
I'm gonna give it to you. Okay, hold on, let me give it to you.
He's sitting there staring at that screen looking crazy.
Man, looking goofy in the nose, man.
Somebody call that man, yo. Let that man know he's tripping. He reading the very thing to verify what the hell we saying.
Right.
Got the paper in his hand. That's got to be, yeah, that's confirmation bias. He found the pieces of it that he think confirm what he's saying, and he didn't even understand it. That's what's crazy, man.
Right.
Like a lunatic. He should just put that article in ChatGPT and asked it. Did it that way.
Yeah, but the article from 2009.
It still ain't lying.
Look at the. I know, but it's just more information on there to just correct it all. You see the link I sent you.
Oh, you said it's 2009. Because I'm driving, I can't even do all that.
No, it's in the private chat. I put it in the private chat.
Oh. I can't get to the let me see.
Yeah, you should. You should be able to get it right there. It should be showing red.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, all right. What about it?
You see the article?
It said characterizing the ad mixed ancestry of African American.
Yeah, so that's the article he reading from right there. He just got he got the PDF up.
Can he read the title? Tell you what is he saying?
No, he is not reading the title. Oh, come on.
How about the abstract? Did he read the abstract?
We finna see. Let's see what he do.
You gotta read the abstract.
He definitely ain't reading. He's live. He not reading this damn title.
As I'm looking at it, it's showing that there's a separation between continental Africans and African Americans. We got a different mix.
Exactly.
So his whole FBA or whatever argument he got is mute right at that point, because they can clearly see the difference. There's a clear difference.
So, but listen to him. But he trying to say, genetically, we ain't West Africans. That's his argument.
Oh, he's Homo ignoramus. We gotta call him Homo ignoramus.
Yeah, he's saying that African Americans are not West African, but he's reading a article that. Come on,
ain't no way in the world you can be that crazy out here. Somebody get in contact with that man, yo. Pull the plug.
I want to show y'all his channel. The boy got Madame Blavatsky clips and everything up on his channel.
Yeah, he gone. What he got? 134 views right there.
36. I'm two of them.
36 views or 100?
136, and I'm two of them.
Yeah, maybe we keep him quiet. Nobody never discovered that. He's gone.
Look, here you go. Here you go right here.
It ain't even funny, yo. All of them like that with bigger mouths. and bigger channels say the same thing. Crazy.
John gonna say who cast in doubt. Man, I'm gonna read it verbatim from the study. Hold on, Sean.
He talking about you, Sean?
Yeah, I'm asking him to read that shit.
Let me zoom in.
You got that man. Man, you get that man like that, yo. We reading that.
You gotta see the study. See the title of it, characterizing the admixed African ancestry of African Americans. So I'm gonna take you down, and we're gonna read this verbatim, straight off the report. It says, from cluster analysis, we found that all the African Americans
He didn't read the abstract. He went to results. He went to results.
Oh, you can't read that. That's too heavy.
He went to results. To listen to him though. Watch how he do it. He finna put it on you right here. Watch.
All the African Americans are admixing their African components of ancestry, with the majority contributions being from West and West Central Africa, and only modest variation.
Pause. He said African Americans are not West Africans, but read the results that says we found that all the African Americans are admixed in their African components of ancestry.
Admixed with who? Native Americans and frogs? What?
No, he don't. He don't know. He don't know. It don't even matter who they admix with or who we admix with. It sits there and tells us in our African component.
So who do he think? Who do he think is talking about?
Let's see what he thinks.
Variation in the African ancestry proportions among individuals. Furthermore, by principal component analysis, we found little evidence of genetic structure within the African component of ancestry in African Americans. And essentially, this is where populations actually or can separate from at. Haplogroups alone does not equal distinct populations. It is a lineage. It's an unbroken lineage. There are many different populations that share different haplogroups. What separates populations is genetic structure. And here is indicating that the genetic structure within African Americans is distinct from that of Africans.
Pause
in the
that,
conclusion
man.
section, it reads, these results are...
You heard him.
Pause that, man.
You heard him.
So, yeah, yo, come on, bro. Right. That's what the author was trying to tell you, that we can act, that we like a separate population, yo. That's what it's saying. The admixture different. It's different. They can tell the difference between a continental African and an African American, yo. So he think
that is saying,
wow. Yeah, all right, let's see what the conclusions say. Let's see. That should clear them up.
Consistent with historic mating patterns among African Americans that are largely uncorrelated to African ancestral origins, and they cast doubt on the general utility of mtDNA or Y chromosome markers alone to delineate the full African ancestry of African Americans. So here they are telling you clearly that you cannot depend on mtDNA or Y chromosomes to delineate the full African ancestry of African Americans. They are telling you that based on what they found, they are not able to resolve the full ancestry of African Americans by using West Africans as proxies.
What?
How the fuck did he come to that conclusion? Don't say that, huh?
What? That's what I say, huh? Huh? Yeah, he wild out.
He ain't even reading it.
Man.
He just sit there and spent all of that and had it to say something. So I was in the chat, you know, I'm going crazy. I'm like, you got a comprehension problem, bro. You're not reading this shit. I'm saying this the whole time.
Is it in here still?
Oh,
I need it for my headphones.
that is crazy, man. He out the game with that one.
He just made up all that shit, He just made that shit up. He made that shit up quick. It's crazy work.
So, let me get that screen back up here. That's incorrect. How's it incorrect, John?
So let me answer it because you can't really say, I can't say what I want to say in the chat because there's only so many characters. What I'm saying is when he tried to put his spin on it, that's incorrect. What he just read and what he just read is telling us what they're doing. Yet it never said that you can't count on mtDNA and Y haplogroup for anything. It never said that. It is clearly making a distinction of keep saying of continental Africans and then the African American because we are admixed, whereas continental Africans are far less admixed, if any. And I say if any because you got them Portuguese people down there and them Dutch, the French, you know what I'm saying? They've been down there sleeping with West African men trying to have their babies and stuff. So
if it's incorrect, you got to take it up with the geneticists that did the study. But we're gonna go through the study, and we're gonna see why they say what they say. No, they didn't use both. They separated the European component. It clearly says that. Yeah, I can drop it in the track. There's no problem. Hold on 1 second. You're not going to find anything different in it, buddy. Right now, your mind is struggling because you've never seen this before. I know you haven't.
And this how slow it is that he think that I can't comprehend the article and that I'm not going to find anything like this when I know the article's from 2009 and I'm sitting here and I'm going through the actual article. While he's live, I'm doing it because you're going to see me start dropping certain things about it. And I'm clearly saying it right over here. They saying they got to use both West Africans and European pops. Read the whole article, fam, or drop it in the chat. They ain't saying it how you put it. I clearly say they ain't saying it how he put it. The DNA of Europeans and Africans are in us all. I'm talking about African Americans. That's the difference, is that we have a component in us, i.e. European, and a far less percentage for some people that are African American that would have native in us. But listen, watch him.
That was my whole point of bringing it to the surface, because I know you guys ain't seen it.
They still, if he's using this article to say that African Americans are not West African, he failed. He's failing.
African Americans have never shared structure with so-called West Africans. And I'm going to show you why.
Listen to this shit. What did he just say? Something else that I don't know. Listen.
You're not going to find anything different in it, buddy. Right now, your mind is struggling because you've never seen this before. I know you haven't. That was my whole point of bringing it to the surface. Because I know you guys ain't seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Oh, what? What did he say? Man, you probably read that 100 times ago, 10 years ago. No, that article ain't new to your eyes, is it?
No, but that's my point is that we know who we are. We can't profess to be continental Africans, knowing that our experience doesn't make us continental Africans. We are descendants of continental Africans.
Yeah, that's what you know what I hate? That we actually get caught up in a faulty premise, yo. And the faulty premise is that these guys think that when we say we Africans or African American, we think we fucking continental Africans. We don't think that.
Right. Crazy.
It's the most ridiculous thing ever, yo. I'll be like, what, yo? That's a Pan-African talk. No, it's not. Jesse Jackson was trying to make his accent. No, he wasn't.
Right.
Hey, man, it's ridiculous. Like, come on, yo. We understand who we are, bro. We don't think we continental Africans, yo. We recognize our ancestry coming from Africa in the slave trade. It's part of our heritage, man. Negative or positive. So we know exactly who we are. For sure. So for them to make that, and they argue that profusely, bro.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're not African. We never said we was. We say we African Americans. What does that mean? We have ethnogenesis in America with Europeans, small amounts of Native Americans, and enslaved Africans. Simple as that. And everybody know it. But y'all, we don't gotta beef with other continental Africa. We don't got beef with them. We don't got beef with Pan-Africans. We don't gotta do that. It's on the individual basis. You get some continental Africans that's crazy as hell. You get African Americans that's crazy as hell.
Yep.
And it's be crazy as hell. Right. Come on, bro.
And we argue with their ass too.
Right. Shoot, man, I ain't sitting around bashing the whole continent of Africa because a couple of ignorant people that think they French. Born and raised in Africa. Talking about y'all got captured or something crazy. And then you respond with, well, y'all ain't come get us. Like, come on, man. That's just crazy, bro. They ain't come get us from where? Where was they supposed to come get us from, John?
I don't know. They don't even know.
Yo, you've been fighting this fight for about 4 years now, huh?
Longer than that.
I'll stick my foot in the water every morning. We need to blast them out. Oh, what? Yeah, we need to blast them all the way out for real. I said I was on the phone. We were trying to talk together.
Watch what he's saying right here. It get crazy.
African Americans have never shared structure with so-called West Africans.
African Americans never shared structures with so-called West Africans. What do you mean by that, sir? Who the fuck you think we descend from? That's what I'm talking about right there. Like he don't know what he's talking about. You don't know what he's talking about.
And I'm going to show you why. I'm getting this out of my phone so I can get the hyperlink and put it up here. This is not going to pull the hyperlink. You guys can go on the internet and get it. Give me 1 second.
characterizing genome-wide patterns. Let me see here. Is this it? Yep. So I'm gonna copy it to myself and I'm gonna send it to myself. Brother gonna say that's false.
You beat him up in the chat.
Man, y'all funny, man. That's false, man. Okay, it's false. Give me a second here, man.
Why you ain't, hey Sean, why you ain't get on the panel with him and read it together?
He ain't dropped the link.
Hit him in the email and go back over the article and say, come on, yo. I mean, you can believe what you want to believe, but that article he was reading, yo, it witnessed against you, yo.
Nah, I can't, because I'm blocked out of the group that he in, so I can't like add him and tell him to come here or whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it back in.
How you get? Oh, they blocked you out the group?
Yeah, on Facebook. Because I be debunking them. They don't be wanting their shit told, man.
Gotta be a better way.
Y'all see that?
They trying to spread their misinformation.
Yeah, but anybody can read.
The way I'm reading,
they
okay,
got some
buddy.
sense gonna read that and say, yo, they ain't got no sense.
I'm gonna keep it moving, man. You go ahead, go ahead and read through that, buddy. I'm gonna go ahead and get back to this. So
read
anyway,
through it, buddy.
That's clearly very decisive because we got people wanting to see the whole article, which I ain't got no problem with. That's the way to move anyway. That's the right way to move. You're supposed to show and prove, show and tell. I actually just finished up this PowerPoint right before I went live. I would have had everything already docked up in the description section, but I don't mind sending stuff before we get off this live. If there's anything else y'all want me to send, I will. I'll try to send it as I'm talking as well. But that's the main one that I definitely got to have you guys. I definitely got to put that one in your hands because it's the backbone for the whole presentation.
Bro,
but anyway,
this nigga backbone for the whole presentation was about a 2009 article and a fucking 2003 article. 2009, 2003, and I'm over here like, bro, what the fuck?
But it's still going to support what we're saying, though. If it's from 2003 or 19 or 1600s, yo, it's going to support what we're saying. You go back to the records of 1600s, it's going to support what we're saying. You can go to 2000 and 2026, it's going to support what we're saying. 2004, it's going to support what we're saying. The human genome was mapped out 2004. Get out of here, man. Nothing supports what they saying. Yeah, you know what they say, though, Sean. Pseudo always dies at his source. So he'll be dead and looking crazy.
He definitely did.
You got him, too. You made him immortal.
He definitely.
We might have to run that again. We might have to run that again on the channel. Run it again. Run it again. Might need to make him famous, Sean. He tripping.
Yeah, he is.
Talking about, yeah, that's how you supposed to move. You supposed to roll. You supposed to check. Yeah, man, what is he doing, man? I actually feel sorry for him, yo. Like his mind, his brain had a glitch in it or something. It glitched. And he remember he said that? He said delineate. I don't know what he was talking about, yo. And started saying something different. When he read that conclusion, got him.
Yep.
Yeah, they the most frustrating people. I don't know how you do it, yo.
Nah, he get better though. Watch this.
Oh, I get better than that. Quick.
Yeah.
We'll keep moving. Why did this study conclude this?
Look what I said in the chat. I said it is because it's saying you can't depend solely on Africa for the full picture regarding African Americans. That's what I'm summing it. And it says these results are consistent with historic mating patterns among African Americans that are largely uncorrelated to African ancestral origins, and they cast doubt on the general utility of mtDNA, and then I say some more. What is saying?
You have probably noticed the mention of European admixture, but how it affected the results needs to be clearly understood. What is meant by the previous statement is that the African Americans cluster is closer to West Africans depending on the lesser presence of European admixture, which is to be expected as stated. This is coming directly from the study. In the bar plot of Frappy estimates, individuals are arranged in order corresponding to their value on the first PC coordinate. Clearly, this coordinate correlates nearly perfectly with the decreasing proportion of European ancestry. Thus, the most important source of genetic structure in African Americans is based on the degree of European admixture. Okay, but it's going to become even more clear as I go on.
It's already clear.
African American DNA structure was tested against 3 different variables: European and African structure, PCA measurement of European and African admixture. Most similar West African populations, measured structural affinity of the closest related West African populations, removal of the West African genotypes that shared the closest affinity. West African genomes were subtracted to assess whether or not the DNA structure would diminish due to lack of West African genomes, because if it did, it would implicate that the lack of structural affinity was only due to lack of genomes. I'm gonna give y'all a chance to kind of digest that part.
Oh, he don't know. He ain't understanding what he reads.
Yeah, he need to digest that for a minute. Not us.
Right.
He's trying to figure out what he's saying.
Yeah, he trying to read. Yeah, I'm in the chat going.
Sean P. Now you saying we don't have full African ancestry, so you blaming it on the European component.
No, right. It's not a blame. We don't have.
It's. Listen, you see how quickly I said that to him, and he didn't understand what it was saying.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, bro. Obviously, we don't. Obviously, it's obvious. For obvious.
Right. Shit, we sitting over here getting raped. All kind of stuff happened to women and stuff, man.
Right, our genome is different.
Yeah. And so
what? That's what makes us African Americans. That's why I never listen to people talk something crazy. They gonna get us mixed up with a Nigerian. They never get us mixed up with a Nigerian American. They know the difference.
Right.
I mean, the whole thing is crazy. The whole nonsense. The Native Americans, the black is nonsense. All of them is crazy, man. And there's always another group of people popping their head up. He's trying to pop his head up now. Crazy.
Yeah.
The group. What group is that? I can't get no group. Huh?
He ain't even done. He finna say some more stupid shit.
No, he not.
I pulled this from the article. I said the majority of African Americans derive their African ancestry from approximately 500 to 650,000 Africans that were forcibly brought to British North America as slaves during the Middle Passage. And when I posted that is directly out of the article. You're arguing that African Americans are not West African, yet I just pulled a direct quote out of the article that says where the African Americans derive from.
Yeah, that's why you got to get them on that to read it together and say, yo, what are they trying to say right here, yo? It's confirmation bias, though, Sean. He ain't ready to say it.
Yeah, he definitely.
And what's the phone? What is it? You think you're smarter than you? Humans think they're smarter than they are, yo. I forget what's it called. I can't even think of it right now. He's going through that on that family, yo.
Yeah, he is. And the problem is, like I called it out, he ain't his comprehension low. He don't understand what it is he's reading. And he said he went through that whole damn article calling us African Americans.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to go through the whole article. He was supposed to make the conclusion in the abstract and call it a day.
Well, he don't know how to do that.
He up there reading, don't know what it is, PCAs.
That was my other thing. As you could tell he don't know what it is, but he just kept on trying. Here you go again, though. Watch. He looking at what I'm saying in the chat.
Clearly says the African component is not comparable or shows no structure to Africans.
This nigga stupid.
I ain't even about to read it again, Sean, because it seems like you're the only person that don't understand that.
God, you stupid.
when he did,
I'm wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm moving on, brother.
When he did that, I just kind of, you know what I mean?
I know it's hard to accept, Sean. But like I said, man, we'll get you back on the right path.
That man, you don't know how to
already killing your dreams, man. It's early, man. We ain't even a quarter away through the whole PowerPoint. Anyway, the results. European and African structure. African Americans clusters lean towards West African populations.
What?
Okay. I'm going to take this out and I'm going to go straight to the PCA so I can talk while I'm reading this.
No, he didn't.
So I can
he ain't read it. I know, but he didn't listen, if you knew what the article was saying before you read it, would you have read that knowing that you're trying to go against that which you just read? It's the fourth time in his little bill where he done read some shit that didn't support him.
That's crazy. Man, he just read it and it stumped him. He was like, "Oh, you ain't see when he read that, what it did to him?"
Yeah. He wasn't trying to hit, but he wasn't trying to hit.
It got him. It confused me. He said, "Let's go to somewhere else." It got him because it hit him. And a lot of people do that, just take time to be able to deal with that stuff, and then to get all out the data, man. And it mix you up. Yeah. Now they got ChatGPT to plug it in there and get a general understanding.
He tripping because he don't know what he got going on. But it get worse. One more time. He finna go to dig it in right here.
My man.
I'm wrong. Okay. Anyway, I'm moving on, brother. I know it's hard to accept, Sean. But like I said, man, we'll get you back on the right path.
Gonna get you on the pseudo path, yo.
Already killing your dreams, man.
Right.
It's early, man. We ain't even a quarter away through the whole PowerPoint. Anyway, the result. European and African structure. African Americans clusters lean towards West African populations. Okay. I'm going to take this out and I'm going to go straight to the PCA so I can talk while I'm reading this. So I can demonstrate basically this isn't the best picture here. So I'm going to go back, reshare the other. Actually, no, it was already up. My bad. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna scroll down so we can go to these graphs. And so okay. This first graph is a demonstration of what African American genotype clusters look like on the PCA when European admixture is included. You can see the European admixture is clearly separated on the other end of the other end of the graph. You have the populations that they chose are Mandinka, Yoruba, Bantu, Biaka, San, and Mabuti. I think that's how you pronounce that. And you can see that clearly African Americans are pretty much separated from the majority of these populations. Now, the next graphs are going to demonstrate what African Americans look like, and on the PCA plot once European is the European factor is taken away. So I'm gonna demonstrate that. Go down a little bit. I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't gonna reread this whole article. I'll let you guys do that on your own time. I took those quotes strictly out of the study. I've read this several times.
Oh, you didn't?
I'm pretty confident.
You can't come to that's why I knew it was gonna get to this part right here. I wanted you to hear this. He said that he read this several times, and he can pretty much conclude how. No, you didn't read the article, bro. Because you don't even understand what it's saying. And he didn't understand what I was saying in the chat. I'm like, bro, you're not understanding what the article is saying, bro. You keep on arguing outside of the article, and you looking at it, and you're not making no sense.
So he said that whole article is trying to prove that we ain't connected to Africa. That's what he think he doing.
Right. That all of us didn't, all black people in America, we don't come from that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Where did you get that?
I got it from whatchamacallit.
And then when we ask you where you come from, you can't even tell us. Because earlier you was trying to argue some motherfucker. He was trying to argue Asian origins.
Oh.
He was trying to say the DNA for the E. He said we got E in us because we came through the back way to migration, bro.
And they got a channel full of foolery, don't they?
Yeah, he dumb.
I think he jammed.
Yeah, he definitely dumb. He in the Abo group though.
Well, they be in there delusional.
Man, they don't stop. They keep reposting TikTok. I'm glad I ain't on TikTok. I'll fucking lose my mind.
Oh yeah, they like to overcharge you. I rage baby when I go. I go in, they call me Bobby Rage baby. Yeah, that's my whole fighting style over there when I go. What?
Yeah, I ain't,
on their head.
Yeah, I ain't dealing with that shit. I ain't doing it.
Oh man.
And then I got down here, the whole study says African Americans. Then I put in here, I said, I directly from it. It says, in this study, we characterize the African origins of African Americans by making use of a high density genotype data generated for 94 HGDP indigenous Africans from differing geographic and linguistic groups, including 21 Mandinka from West Africa, 21 Yoruba from West Central Africa, 15 Bantu speakers from Southwestern and Eastern Africa, 20 Pygmies, 20 Mbuti Pygmies and from Central Africa, and 5 San from South Africa. These subjects are used to represent the potential African ancestors of 136 African Americans recently genotyped in the WGA. Early onset coronary artery disease. So they're looking at disease. In addition. And then it says, in addition, we include 38 U.S. Caucasian subjects from advanced to represent the European ancestors of African Americans. The whole study says African Americans. He didn't read this shit.
Willfully didn't do it. On purpose. He couldn't read it. It was scrambling his brain, yo. Get that man a break, yo. We gotta catch him. Dude, how many videos he got on his channel?
Oh no, let me see. I don't think he got none where he go live and do what he doing. He think there's a Mayan and Egyptian connection. He did that 2 days ago. Oh shit! Wow. It's 16 videos showing right now.
All around the same amount of views.
He got another channel though. Boy, he linked to another channel. That's the one with the Blavatsky shit.
Gone.
No, it's all conspiracy theory bullshit. Fauci under investigation. He got 2 videos on Fauci. Democrats being hypocrites. Trump spikes military. Doge subcommittee. My response to Anton Daniels. I don't even know who Anton Daniels is.
Oh, you know who
Carmelo.
Anton Daniels is. What that is.
I
Anton
don't know.
Daniels. Anton was arguing with what's called the comedian, remember?
Oh, no, I don't remember. He got the Epstein shit. Race hustlers. But the Maya Egyptian connection has no views.
No views.
0 views. It
You got
says
at
it.
least get one. You got at least get one, yo.
I'm about.
See, I want to be the first comment here, yo. This is how hard you rock.
Yeah. You know how people be running to they be like first. Yeah.
Yeah, yo. I just let you know.
Let's get it to him. Right here.
Big
Yeah.
up. Big up,
First
brethren. Hit him with the brethren.
Well, here you go. Look. 2 days ago, no views. I'm gonna put first.
First view. Let's get it.
I put first to see this pseudo ass video.
Man, how that man get no views, yo? You mean no?
I'm gonna give him a thumbs down.
Give him a thumbs up, man. Come on, man. You don't play fair. Give him a thumbs up, man. Put it in the algorithm of food, yo.
I just did. When I put the thumbs down, they put it in the algorithm.
Oh man. He in that tree think he jamming. Yo, I got him. I'm studying. I'm studied up. That's how you supposed to do it. I get tired of that, man.
Yo, I got a question.
Uh-huh.
It says you over there pissing off Tiffany again. What's that about?
I didn't do nothing to her. I don't know. She just jumped. She's comes out of nowhere. Yeah, Tiffany's crazy. she's a straight nut. All times. Craig gone. Scientifical. She say scientifical. They scientifical. They're not
scientific.
Yeah, she say scientifical. They not literate. Not scientific. They literate. He just serial killers is not dead. They just they like science, but they're not scientifically livable. And she be serious, yo. She like she should partner up with your man right there, yo. They work well together, don't you?
Nah, I don't think she believe in anything he kicking on. She might have some pushback on that.
Man, but look, man, she don't understand. And she mad because don't nobody seem to know what proto-science is. And everybody thinks science just jumped up out of nowhere. And I'm saying science doesn't pop up, yo. And so I'm on a panel of nuts, and I'm trying to tell them none of them could not produce proto-science. They couldn't do it. Because that's the level the Egyptians was on. Y'all couldn't do it. Y'all don't got the math, y'all don't got the nothing. Y'all couldn't do it. Yeah. Couldn't do it. Y'all fall apart. Wouldn't be able to do it. So they don't get it, yo. It's stages to get to the point where you separate that from that your spiritual system. They don't get it. Science don't got no spiritual system in it. Does not include any of that. You know? But like everybody, they don't want to look it up, And then they marginalize people just don't. They you know how long we been reading them articles like chemistry 100,000 years ago, or plant bed repelling pesticide repellent insects 150,000. Yeah, they were scientists, yo. They wasn't. Yo, they had TEK. They had traditional ecological wisdom, yo, and they passed that on. Is in his knowledge base. It's their traditional knowledge base, right? They had empirical data. They looked at it, and they could see it was working, and they understood the different plants, and they stayed with that system, yo. I said that's top notch right there, yo. You know what I mean? That's serious. Y'all couldn't do it. Y'all couldn't get no medical plants and categorize them properly without killing yourself. Right now, if I drop 99% of the African Americans somewhere in the distant woods, they would die. You feel me?
Yep.
And so I don't know why people take offense to what they had. And back in them days, it wasn't even about, like the why, why it repelled the insects. It was about, does it work? You know what I'm saying? It's about the technology you are employing. Does it work? We don't know. We don't need to know how. Science asks the question and answers the question. Like how? How is this? Right? Anybody back then, you ain't need to know all that. You need things that work. Yeah. Spiritual system mixed in with it. They hadn't reached that level they separate. It took humans a long time to get to that point. Separate that. Long time, Majority of our time on Earth, we've been mixing our technical knowledge with our religion, Yeah. So that science is it's basically like a new thing where you just separate the two. But they drag it all back together again, Sean. I don't
Yep.
They think some kind of way that's a benefit. No, it's not. Because everybody got different religions, and different deities, different gods, and different customs, different traditions. We need to know that a centimeter is a centimeter, without your religion mixed into it, which may change it. See, Tiffany don't understand that. She think I'm marginalizing what the ancients was doing. I don't know. And the worst mistake everybody make, like Europeans didn't have herbs and plants. You know what I'm saying? That's ridiculous. All ancient people had plants. Some of the best to do it would be the Egyptians. They were the best. They was renowned for it. But in Europe, they had plants. They living in the forest, yo. What you think? They had
Right.
medicines. It's crazy. That's what hunter-gatherers do. They hunt and they gather. What do they gather? They gather plants, fruits, vegetables, right? They hunt. They get sick, like all humans get sick, and they got to figure out a way. Man, your medicine man. Your medicine man is like the first stage to, I would actually say that if you was to go to a village and find a medicine man, right? And educate him on science, he would say, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right there. He would understand that because he's always trying to make something work. You know what I'm saying, Sean?
Right.
Yeah, they would definitely make that correlation right there, yo. They would definitely make that correlation right there, yeah, and would definitely understand because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to categorize everything. They're trying to see what work, what don't work, and they would clearly understand that breaking away from their spirituality would be essential, and because they more concerned in trying to keep the village healthy, yo.
Yep, they were.
Uh-huh. Really, I mean, what else did they have? They mastered what they had.
That's
And
why they deified they deified the disease.
Oh yeah, the smallpox. And that thing had power in it. So
hold up. They said, buddy, in here, where you at? My bad, IB. I just seen it. Where you at, bro? Yeah. Send on the link, IB.
Ain't not getting up there, man. Come on, man.
Nah. He said, yeah. They said he asking for the link, bro. Let me see. I didn't see it. I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Yeah, you gotta read the article, man. We can go word for word, yo. You can just put it up in ChatGPT and let it explain it, yo.
If he was asking me for the chat for the link, I ain't see it because I don't see no message on there from him.
Well, link's still there, though, ain't it? Why don't you pin a link?
Yeah. She said that wasn't him. My bad.
Pin a link.
I did.
So, I don't know. I think the worst thing you can do to to an elder or to an ancient civilization is to talk about them in a manner that's counter to what they was actually doing. So if they didn't have spaceships and you saying they had spaceships, then you're not actually talking about them people. You're talking about somebody else that you made up in your head. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The same with Dr. Ben and Diops and all them, yo. You got to talk about what they did, what they did do, what they got right, what they got wrong. You can't make them got everything right, so then because then you're not talking about Dr. Ben.
Right, because they didn't get everything right.
Right, and it's okay to say Dr. Ben ain't have a degree in this, that, but what he did do, he taught it Wishcombe College for damn that for 9 years. He taught that for 9 years, yo, without the degree. And he taught at City College for like 4 years, 3 years. And then he went to what is it, yo? What's the college that Jabari teach at?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, man. It's in New York, yo.
I know what you're talking about, but
dang, I don't know why I'm on
I don't trust Jabari as a teacher.
Me neither, yo. No. I think when he in that college, yo, he do something different. He don't do what he does. He be tricking us.
Nah.
I always say that.
No.
It's not in there doing that, yo.
Oh,
Cornell. It's Cornell.
That ain't my eye. If he doing us one way, then he doing them. That ain't my eye.
Well, I ain't say it was. Cornell, that's the name of the school where Dr. Ben taught at. Yes, you can just say Dr. Ben taught at Cornell. They removed him from City College because they ain't had a degree. And they was mad at him because they're like, you ain't need a degree. You could have just told us. And, taught at Cornell. The library is named after John Clark. And if you go to the Cornell website or go to their Wikipedia page and they call it notary figure, Dr. Ben. Yeah. So he's doing what none of y'all could do without a degree. So you don't got a line say he had that because he ain't need that to do what he's doing. And he in the 50s. Don't never talk to me about somebody making up a resume in the 50s in the that's crazy, right, Sean? Why would we care about that? You couldn't even go to the library. You had to go to the black library. You know how that's structured.
Yeah, you couldn't do shit.
Right. Only couldn't even go to the bathroom. Don't talk to me as long as they had signs up talking about what bathroom you go to. I'm not concerned about what black people did in response to that. I'm never that. That's when I get frustrated. Dr. Ben lied on it. What else was he supposed to do? You mad because he ain't tell you?
Sound like it.
Crazy, yo.
That's what it sounds. I don't know. I try to get him the link. I don't know if he coming.
How long you been on?
Couple hours. I'm finna play this other part though.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna transition. So I put some more links though about tracing African roots and then the genetic ancestry of African Americans, Latinos, European Americans across the United States. So that just goes to show just to back up what we all know, what we all been studying, what we all saying. I did put 2 articles from Cell in there, 2 separate studies. And one of the other study is the genetic consequences of the transatlantic slave trade in the Americas. So that y'all will be, y'all will be abreast to why we saying what we saying, and you know what I mean, and how we know what we know as it pertains to our admixture. But I want to get into something real quick. I'm gonna have to bring up some books on this topic right here. And I did put the title of the books in the description, but it is rearing its head again that the abos are trying to clip David Eltis's words and make it say something that he says, but he ain't saying. Because he's talking about the majority of the population of African Americans today were born in the Americas.
Okay.
And he's not.
I get it.
Right.
I get it.
But he's saying they have African origins, and that you know what I mean. That the
Say it
answer.
again. Say what he said. Say it again, because I understood that. Say it again.
Yeah. So David Eltis argues in his book that the African American population was born here in the Americas.
Right. The majority of it. Right.
The majority
Most of the slaves went other places. Yeah,
right.
because they bred it.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
The
a proper statement right there.
ancestors of the African American population are people directly from Africa.
You say what? The what? The what?
The ancestors of the African Americans would be the people of African descent.
Yeah.
Directly from Africa.
Yeah.
They are the ancestors of us.
Yeah.
Because they were brought here.
Yeah.
From that, the first African American, if you want to put it that way, would be born in 1619.
Yeah, I get it.
So he's saying that, but they trying to make it seem like the black population ain't got shit to do with Africa, and so they conflating.
They just idiots, yo. Like, what do you mean? Like, if you study the slave trade, and then watch this, Sean. On the other hand, they will argue with you that you know, they didn't bring a whole lot of slaves over here. A lot of slaves didn't go. Right. Most slaves went to the Caribbean in different places. Majority went there. A small amount went to the Americans. Yo. What, like 500,000? How many? Yeah, that's real.
5 and 6.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah, but we're humans. You can read a whole study on how we bred and all that, and you know, and how we could easily. I did a whole show on how we could easily account for the 40 million. Easy.
Right, but that's over, and that's over time too.
Yeah, over time, right? Of course, but that's an easy number to arrive at.
Right.
You feel me?
And we got a census chart of that of the population of free and enslaved Africans in the Americas over time. And that census data takes us through that population boom, where you see during certain periods when the population does reach like 1 million, then you'll see it jump from 1 million to 4 million over a 10-year period, and then continue to grow.
You know, they had a vested interest in making sure we had babies too. That's important to know too.
Correct. Hell yeah. They needed to sell motherfuckers or they needed that work.
Black gold.
Yep.
First commodity traded on the stock market. I suggest, you know, African Americans go to New York and go down, you know, where the stock market is. And you can see that's a sign there, yo. And the first commodity traded was actually, you know, enslaved Africans, yo. Yep. If I check my phone hard enough, I can find I took a picture of it. Yep.
Yeah, well, let's see what they get into right here. This is gonna be funny though, because somebody about to catch a stray in this conversation early on.
To this platform is because they're using your words as a way to justify these particular arguments. So we want to get the record straight for two reasons. Number one, we want to protect our ancestors. We want to protect the history that is grounded in our foundation as African Americans in this country. And furthermore, we want to set the record straight about the transatlantic slave trade, because again, there are people out here denying the fact that it even happened to begin with. And again, using your words to back it up. And so we're just going to cut to the chase here with the first question. And if you could, and I know this might sound very elementary, very strange, I'm even asking this question, but to both of you, who are the Native Americans, Indigenous Americans, American Indians, however you want to coin a term for those individuals? Who are they in the Americas? So in other words, when we say Native Americans, when you all say Native Americans or Indigenous Americans or Aboriginal, who are you talking about? Who are these individuals and how did they migrate to America?
So, should I go first, Hafiz?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Well, there's a grain of truth to this position in the sense that we're actually all descended from black people. and obviously arrived in the Americas at different times. But there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that Africans arrived before 1492. We've spent many years, obviously, associated not only with the transatlantic slave trade database, but with a lot of scholarship before then. And from my perspective, I don't think it's been established at all that we had clear contacts between Africa and the Americas prior to 1492. That being said, to go back to my first point, we're all descended from black people. It's I think broadly accepted that Homo sapiens left Africa first and spread to the rest of the world. And the point here is that they didn't reach the Americas until, well, there's different arguments about it, but you can say probably 20 or 30,000 years ago. So, yeah, I'm yet to be persuaded that there's been any contact at all prior to 1492. Nafis, do you?
Yeah, no, I would echo the same thing, and I think part of that, timing of, when you speak with different indigenous communities from the Americas, they oftentimes use the language of, I was trying to phrase it exactly right, but it's not millennia, it's time immemorial. That's the word, the phrase they often use when describing, their histories, their stories. It's from time immemorial, right? So if the exact dating of when people emerged out of Africa, the Homo sapiens, as David mentioned, is it 20,000, 30,000 years ago? That part I think is we're looking for that record. But it's very clear that the different groups of people, they have their own identity, and very much so. It's not Africans in like 1000, CE or AD that were there prior to Columbus's contact with the Americans. There's just no evidence. So yeah, just echo.
Yeah, and I maybe just add that we've done a lot of research on this issue, and we cannot find evidence in the 15th century of actual transatlantic crossings. So people will perhaps argue it anyway without evidence, but for me, there isn't any such indication.
Okay. And when we talk about, just a side note, because again, I want to make sure that we clear up all kinds of misconceptions here. When we talk about Native Americans and American Indians, those terms are interchangeable, correct?
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I think as one of those things with identity is, the community that makes up, how they want to be referred to or how they call themselves, that terminology always continues to evolve, right? So you find, Native American kind of not going out of favor, but people referring to just Native or tribal communities or Indigenous. And so I think there is a strong kind of sense of wanting to be identified themselves. They identify themselves. So not wanting to be, minimal or limiting in how people choose to identify themselves.
Yeah. And even with the arguments here, and I'm sure you see the book in front of you from Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. One of the arguments that he typically used in this book was the idea of the gold tip spears that apparently had been found. He said it was from Christopher Columbus, but of course we know from further research and understanding that these were actually the words of Bartholomew de las Casas, right? Mm-hmm. Finding those gold tip spears and finding these people who he said were not unlike the Ethiopians, referring to African. Mm-hmm. How do we interpret that? How do we interpret that based on the time period of when of when Columbus and Bartholomew de las Casas and the other Spaniards and Portuguese individuals were coming to colonize this side of the world?
Well, yeah, I don't find the arguments in the book persuasive.
Yeah.
We spent so much time in the archives, including the earliest Portuguese archives of the earliest Portuguese voyages, and there's just no evidence. I mean, I'm not sure what else I can say.
So we want to show you some clips just from some of the prior interviews that you've done with others. You did a really strong interview with Lipton Matthews, which we enjoyed watching. There has been a clip though from Lipton Matthews that we want to show you that we found on YouTube that's been circling around on social media. And so in this interview with Lipton Matthews, you mentioned something about Native Africans. And so we want to play that for you real quick and then get your feedback on what you meant when you were talking about this.
As a result of natural population growth.
Yeah.
The slave trade to the U.S. was shut down largely
back a little bit,
in 18...
around 1328.
The main driver, 4 million people.
All right, so he's about to play the part that the Abos keep with that I just said earlier. Right. He said natural population growth. Yeah. So they trying to use that part of his interview to say that he's saying that it was a natural population growth, that it wasn't no slave trade type situation.
Who knows? You just said it was a natural man, go ahead, play it.
Yeah, they taking his words out of context, and it's on TikTok.
Those people did not come from Africa. They came as a result of natural population growth.
Yeah.
The slave trade to the U.S. was shut down largely in 1807, not completely, but largely. So if you look at the census data for the U.S. in 1870, which is when black people were finally included, you'll find almost no Africans. They were, of course, Native African Americans.
So they gonna leave that part out?
That's not something that people have taken on board.
Yeah, they did.
They gonna leave that out?
So after hearing this, and again, there's a lot of stuff circling around on social media, particularly TikTok and other platforms that are suggesting that, again, going back to our initial conversation about indigenous peoples, that you were talking about them. I want to make sure that we all get some clarity on this. When you said Native Africans and Native African Americans, who were you referring to?
Well, Native Africans are people born in Africa. That's a very simple, clear definition. African Americans, clearly, were not born in Africa. Well, for the most part, anyway, in the U.S. Right. So I'm not sure I can expand further on that.
Yeah. And so just to for basic understanding and clarity.
But they misrepresent his words, and you see how quickly it's handled. It's like, yeah, the Native Africans were born in Africa.
Yeah, and Native African Americans is born in America.
Born in America, but they're of African descent.
Oh man, yeah, they play it. Yeah, but that's what they do. They smoke mirrors and pseudoisms mixed in, truth and falsehoods.
So they definitely left that part. They left that part out of the TikTok to go on and push their agenda.
On purpose, yo. Just like that man misread all that stuff. All of it is foolery.
Yeah, but then it goes on because he finna add to it. He say some more stuff.
Clarity here. when you're saying Native African Americans, because you mentioned population growth, and this is going to go to a certain question here that one of my other guests are going to ask, or interview is going to ask. When you're saying Native African Americans, who are these Native African Americans? Where are they coming from? We know that they're born in America, but are they the offspring of Africans? Who are they?
Well, yes, obviously they have offspring from people who came from Africa. No question about that. But essentially that contact with Africa was severed with the Abolition Act, as I think the 1870 census information confirms.
And just to add one thing about that is, you know, I think some of the work of, you know, whether or not people were coming from the Caribbean, that could explain kind of this growth, even though the trade directly from Africa to the U.S. was, as David said, you know, more or less severed following 1808. You know, that growth, the number of people coming from the Caribbean doesn't explain fully a growth of over 3.5 million people in the next 40 or 50 years, right? So that's where that domestic population growth, you know, those are kind of very seemingly benign terms, but those really, you know, reference the exploitative nature of plantation slavery in the U.S. and that growth, right? That population growth, you know, separating of families and the exploitation in particular of Black women during that time, that more readily explains this kind of large growth in the population in the U.S., right? We're allowing U.S. to become the largest slave society, right, at the start of the Civil War, by far, right? Larger than Brazil, even though Brazil imported a factor of 10, you know, more people directly from Africa. The U.S. would become the largest slave society that we've seen.
And just to add to that, and to anticipate a related question that I think you had on the list, you think about 15% of the Africans that arrived in the Americas actually came via the Caribbean. And that's over a period of probably close to 2 centuries.
All right, so I'm gonna pause right there real quick. You got any contention with anything that he said?
No, it's tight. I mean,
Right.
That's how scholars talk. That's how experts talk. You just gotta take your time and pay attention. Can't just, you know, because it doesn't make sense if you say there's no evidence. I've been in the archives, no, none of that, and then turn around and say something different. And what we doing? You gotta put them together, and you have to reconcile those two ideas, and you can't. And you would only have to then admit that it's something I'm not understanding, because you just said two contradictory things based off the way I'm taking it. But they're not willing to do that, bro. They want to they'll just separate it and run with that because they're not honest, yo. You know that, right? We're not having conversations with honest people. We're having people. Damn, I almost remember what it was, yo. God dang it, man. Come on, yo. What's the word, yo? When humans think they smarter than they are, yo. Damn it.
Oh no.
I had it. Yeah, it's a word, yo. When you actually think you smarter than you really are. It's a real word, yo. It's a name, yo. God damn it. I almost had it too, John. You know what? I'm gonna focus on that. Go ahead, though.
Dunning-Kruger?
Yes. There you
I
go.
said in the chat earlier too, though.
Yeah, that's it. It's Dunning-Kruger, yo. When you really think you're smarter than you are. You know, that's why I stay right there with the experts. I ain't gonna get myself. And then you don't know enough about the topic. You know what I'm saying? To know when you're wrong, yo. That's the worst. You may know enough to know when you're right, but my friend don't know enough to know when you're wrong, bro.
You definitely gonna know when you're right because it's gonna stay in line with the research and all the work. And that's you're in the realm of reality because you start seeing it over and over from places that you wouldn't even think that you would read that same information.
But you don't know when you're wrong though. See, that's
Yeah,
the real point.
that's the yep. You're right.
Point to know enough to know when you're wrong, yo, and that's where everybody falls short at. Because you can see if you're in the conscious community, people say a lot of wrong stuff, and you think that's I'm right by saying that. They right, yeah, but do you know when you're wrong? Yeah, man, it's boy, trying to tell you. And then once we've been doing this for a long time, Sean. So at this point, we see what kind of pitch you throwing before it leave your hand.
Yep. Yep. They be mad when you don't let them get that shit off.
Yeah, get it out. Now you want to get it out, and then they say you think how come you never wrong? All that. What? Because I'm talking about the subject of this. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not that I'm never wrong. Yeah, it's not that I'm never wrong, yo. It's that you don't know what the hell you talking about at all. And we talking about two separate things here. Like that man read that all, he would argue you down, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was ready to argue it up and down. So this is Eltis' book, one of his books. This is the rise of African slavery in the Americas. And chapter 9 is about ethnicity in the early modern Atlantic world. And just briefly in the first paragraph, he says this. European overseers' expansions and the slave systems in particular triggered an unprecedented intermixing of peoples in the Atlantic world. So if we go by the last conversation we was having when Dude was talking about his issue with the mixing going on, David Eltis' book is saying the same thing. So he says, social identity, more broadly ethnicity, nationhood, or the ways people group themselves beyond the confines of their extended family or kin was probably more important than the profit motive in reshaping that early modern world. So in chapter 3 has argued that European-controlled slavery in the Americas cannot be understood without recognizing the differences between the nature of the European and African self-identification. Europeans defined as insider anyone brought up as European. Africans drew from the insider line around an area somewhat less than subcontinental in scope. Without such marked differences between these two self-concepts, slavery would not have been confined exclusively to Africans. Europeans thus entered the era with a conception of self that included some recognition of the subcontinent in which they lived as a defining entity. For Africans, non-comparable perceptions existed, and initially the terms Africa and Africans had meaning only to Europeans. Conceptions of separate group identities were no less pronounced in Africa than in Europe, but in Africa functioned without any overarching sense of the African continent as a whole. Elizabeth Ishich has convincingly argued that the Igbo came to see themselves as a people or a nation only in the aftermath of European contact. Conversely, loyalties to kinship and secondly more distant associated lineages that were so important in Africa had only weak echoes in Europe. 3 centuries of contact exchange and violence among the indigenous inhabitants of Europe, Africa, and the Americas is at the root of the story impact of these competing conceptions on each other. Except for the Boers or the Quebecos, the long-run outcome was that the probably widening the identities they created for themselves. Nevertheless, the more interesting impacts were short-term and run counter to the direction modern observers might expect. In this book, he is telling us exactly the who's who and involvement of the makeup of the early Americas according to these Africans that were being brought over here. In this book, in another book that I have shared before, I have to, y'all can't see the book. Hold on. He then goes on to expound Oh, look at the slowpoke lady. She in the chat. She in the chat today. I hope she got her mind right today. Because the last time she came over here, she wasn't looking too hot. All right, let me spin that out. Let me one page it. All right, this one is the second book, the Atlantis of Atlantis of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. So it's going to go on and say this. Zoom. He's showing you routes. I done went too far. I went too zoomed. My bad. But right here in chapter 3, ain't it? Yeah, 3. He talks about the African coastal origins of slaves and the links between Africa and the Atlantic world. So he provides the argument as such. This gonna sound real. It's gonna sound like some signs over here. This dumbass heifer said, "So glad the Most High blessed us not to be Africans." You dummy! If you ain't African, how the hell do you know a Most High? The European gave you that perception of a Most High? Where did you get that? Because that's not indigenous. Saying the words Most High is not indigenous or an identifying marker for who the indigenous peoples of the Americas saw whatever this unseen thing is, or called that unseen knowing. They have names for their deities. It ain't the Most High. But anyway, information on the sources of African captives entering the Atlantic slave trade is limited, as is information on the circumstances in which they were enslaved and moved to the coast for the voyage of the plantations and mines of the Americas. And you black in the chat, and you saying all of this the whole time, you African like a motherfucker. Some came several hundred miles inland and took months to reach the African coast. Many, if not most, came from places much closer to the coast. Some captives from Senegambia and West Central Africa were victims of drought and famine. Others found themselves enslaved because of debt. But the largest single source of captives was violence, including warfare, state-sponsored raiding, and kidnapping. As the scale of the Atlantic slave trade grew, the circles of violence in Africa linked to the transatlantic slavery intensified and widened. We have much further information about the captive places of sale and embarkation. The links between African trading venues and the markets for captives in the Americas are also on record. The embarkation points for captives are commonly grouped into regions: Upper Guinea, which is Senegambia, Sierra Leone, and the Windward Coast; the Gold Coast, the Bights of Benin, and the Biafra, West Central Africa. Much of the trade there is centered on Angola and Southeast Africa. This is how you get Mozambique and all that in the picture. Historians have charted both the longevity of West Central Africa and Senegambia as slaving venues and the varying trajectories of involvement of these and the 4 other Atlantic coastal regions in supplying slaves from 1650, as the transatlantic slave trade began a rapid expansion with the entry of northern European nations. Table 4 displays the relative importance of these regions over time. Research on slaving voyages also allows historians to track the specific ports at which captives were sold and boarded ship. There are hundreds of such venues, ranging from inlets in the Windward Coast to cities such as Luanda, where sizable Portuguese and mulatto populations resided. Such trading venues were commonly islands or enclaves or cross-cultural exchange embedded within African coastal communities. The enclaves largely established the rules of commercial engagement with the purchases of captives. More than 4 out of every 5 captives passed through just 20 of the many ports of trade that dotted the African seaboard. There's a table below, and I'll show you. 10 of these embarkation points collectively supplied almost 2/3 of the captives entering the Atlantic slave trade, whose places of embarkation have all been documented. All 10 ports were located south of the Windward Coast. The principal ones included Anabu on the Gold Coast, Ouida, the Bight of Benin, Bani and Old Calabar, the Bight of Biafra, Luanda, Bengola, Kambinda, Malimbo, and Luango of West Central Africa, Kilimant in Southeastern Africa. Each had its own particular mix of the local ecological, political, and social attributes that helped to explain its importance in the slave export trade. Each offered a bridge head between inland suppliers and the European and American carriers of captives, and thus played a vital part in the ongoing integration of sub-Saharan African into the emergent Atlantic world. Each too established concentrations of exchange with particular shippers that underscored the value of networking and local knowledge in forging commercial relationships in coastal Africa, and had a wide implication for cultural history of the Atlantic world. The South Atlantic wheel of winds and currents allowed Portuguese and Brazilian traders to monopolize trade at Luanda and Benguela. Although Brazilian traders from Salvador da Bahia failed to establish a similar monopoly, they took large numbers of captains from Ouida and adjacent ports. British traders consistently dominated trade at Anabu, Bani, and Old Calabar through 1807. French traders took unusually high proportions of the captives from Ouida, Luanga, and Cabinda. Similar concentrations of trading activity by national or even subnational carriers are found outside the major African trading venues, with French traders dominating Senegal, British traders, Gambia, and Liverpool traders, in particular the surge of captives exported from Sierra Leone and the Windward beginning in 1750. The carriers' concentrations or activity north of the Congo River reflected in part of early European trading companies, investments in physical infrastructure along sections of the Atlantic Africa, but certain carriers also tended to draw slaves from the same ports. Accumulated local knowledge and connections generated commercial advantages. Real quick before I continue, this is for anybody that think that they are indigenous to America, or Aboriginal, or a Black American Indian, a Black Native, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, that is non-African. If you are claiming to not be any of the following, you are not Negro, you're not the nigger being referred to, and you are not the Black person defined by the government's definition of who Black people are in the Americas. So therefore, no, you using the N-word, you shouldn't be using it. You ain't culturally tied to none of our advantages or disadvantages, struggles, plight, and our successes. You didn't invent nothing. You have this culture that people gleam around. This Black culture is solemnly African American, has no part to do with no one else. You wasn't a part of our plight. So you running around here thinking that you Black, you're not. Be who you want to claim to be. Don't be Black. Don't think that this culture, the hip hop and all these things, the swag that we got, our lingo, the way that we carry ourselves, the cultural continuity that goes through us from north to south, east to west, that's not you. You being European. You on our tips again. You're still in our culture. You're a vulture. But let me finish. Whatever the factors involved, patterns of concentration of trade by national carriers ensured that the distribution of African captives by ethnic characteristics around the Atlantic world was far from random. African captives of Bantu origin overwhelmingly ended up in Brazil. Most Igbo captives leave the Biafra from 1807 went to British America, as did many captives of various ethnic groups leaving Gambia, Sierra Leone, and the Windward Coast and the Gold Coast. How proportions of the Agi, the Fawn, and Yoruba disembarked in Bahia, Brazil, as well as French Saint Dominica, now Haiti. The implications of such ethnic patterns among arriving African captives for the cultural history of the Americas are the source of much debate among historians. Whatever the outcome of the debate, The cultural history of the Atlantic world is clearly inseparable from the commercial and economic forces that shape patterns of cross-cultural exchange along the Atlantic coast. To end the conversation before moving forward with anything, because I'm going to take you to table 5, but I needed to bring up table 4. Most people have seen me show this table before. This is the estimated number of slaves carried on vessels leaving from major coastal regions of Africa from 1501 to 1867. There go your 12.5 million in database right there over time from 1501 to 1867. With the larger portion of people being shipped out, coming in, the 1600s in West Central Africa up until 1850s. You had big numbers. But it is what it is, excuse me. But there go your numbers. You can pause the video. You actually can screenshot it. Or if you were smart enough when I gave people access to the book, you can grab the book. No such misnomer. Africa is where we are, where we descend from. America is where we are now. So there's no way it's a misnomer. And there's no way you can say that black does not equate to a people. So just so you know, the law definition in this country, according to the law, black as a noun refers to people of African descent, people of sub-Saharan Africa. It is written in the law books. And the earliest dictionaries what black meant as a noun describing a people. So you saying all that? Oh, it's a lie? It's a lie? Okay.
You can hear me? Who you talking to, Sean?
The big head, fat head girl in the chat.
Oh man, come on, man. She's delusional. She's delusional. Like she ain't never read a dictionary a day in her life.
Right.
White man dictionary. That shit crazy, bro. I be like, man, ain't no way in the world, yo. That's the worst case of Dunning-Kruger ever.
Yeah.
Whew. Boy, I don't know how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Same way I do it. I just think they worse. I think African Americans think they Native Americans is the worst, and then they hit you with the sob story. But my grandmother told me.
Yeah.
Really, man, your grandmother don't know nothing about no DNA. Don't she thinking that straight hair was really white people? Y'all tripping.
Right.
Yeah, grandmother don't know.
She knows. She just didn't want to tell people that.
Oh, yeah, I ain't gonna do that for you.
How you gonna explain to your kids that you was raped or that your slave master impregnated you? How you explain that?
You gonna say an Indian did it? What you saying?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So you say we got Indian in our family. Some bullshit.
Got the master in your family.
Right, but think how dangerous. Okay, so think how dangerous it was to say that your babies are by a white man. Yeah. They'll kill you.
Yeah.
They can see it, but then they gonna ask you which white man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you can't even say nothing to that. They gonna kill you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the trick bag, bro.
Right.
Trick bag.
So it's bad business to even do that. What about the as an example of this in Virginia, where this she was black and native, and she was married to a white man, and the police busted in on them, and she showed them the marriage certificate, and they said that don't mean nothing. She can't marry a white man, and they took her to jail. They did nothing to him, everything to her.
Oh yeah. That's the world we've lived in, bro.
Right.
And people still be carrying that to this day in the scholarship, making it seem like that. That's what they. That's the worst. Work.
Hold on, I'm gonna give y'all the name. They were married. They said they can't recognize them. She was
y'all know.
Mildred Loving. That's her name. Her name is Mildred Loving. Look, this happened in 1958. She was the incident. Local police in Caroline, Virginia, raided the home she shared with her white husband, Richard Loving.
They raided it. They raided the home.
Raided the home. Took her ass to jail.
Like they were selling dope.
Right. They had to work.
Y'all in this motherfucker selling dope.
They raided the home at 2 a.m. in the morning on July the 11th, 1958. It was Sheriff Garnett Brooks and 2 deputies. They entered the bedroom while they were sleeping, shining flashlights in their eyes.
Opened up, it's the police.
Yep. The sheriff demanded to know who Mildred was. When she responded, "I'm his wife," and pointed to their marriage certificate on the wall, the sheriff replied, "Not here, you're not."
No, sir. No, sir.
Look, they said the couple married in Washington, D.C., but the union violated Virginia's Racial Integrity Act of 1974, which criminalized interracial marriage. They were arrested and eventually sentenced 1 year in prison, though the sentence was suspended that they leave Virginia for 25 years.
Oh, they went nice. So let me ask you this, yo. So how come it wasn't against the law for them to rape a black woman?
Exactly.
Yeah, they become borderline super ridiculous.
Yeah, y'all can look up, man. Mildred Loving.
Mildred Loving, boy, she made a mistake. I don't know what the hell she was thinking about, yo.
Told them people, we're married. Not here you ain't.
Not here you're not. The Lord Jesus Christ demands you not to be married.
Facts.
Yeah, I feel the same way about the whole Christianity piece. I don't understand how, black people was Christians. I still ain't got that one figured out in my head, yo.
They beat that into you, man. You needed a savior. Good, man. Tell you God was gonna give you the afterlife, man. Boy, become a Christian, you're gonna have your hair off. We're gonna have all our riches and spoils on earth. When you die, you're gonna get yours.
Yeah, it's coming. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. The land of milk or honey, you see it when you die.
Yeah, it's coming.
However you die, you're gonna get your milk and honey. You're gonna get it right now. So this other table that I'm showing is the estimated number of slaves carried on vessels leaving the largest 20 ports of embarkation from 1501 to 1867. There go your number again, 12.5 million. They named out all of them. But the crazy people acting like that, like, what are slave ships? What are slave ports? Here go the metal branding irons that they was given with the owner's initials on them. And people was wondering, like, how you buying slaves? So you start seeing these people running around here branded like a fraternity. You know what I'm saying? That has a history. Metal branding irons with owner's initials. They bought your ass and branded your ass somewhere.
Dun dun dun.
And people act like they don't know that this is a reality. And here go the maps I was mentioning earlier. I'm gonna have to zoom out so y'all can see it. But this is David Eltis' book. So you ain't gotta listen to his words. Just read his book. He tell you everything. Where the black people came from. He's telling you.
Yeah, I hate when they do that, man. It's just the worst, man. It's just smoke and mirrors, and then the people are so gone and gullible, bro. Yeah, man. You know they was fighting. They've been fighting me over that statue that they can't find one source to say it's a human. Not one source, yo.
The you talking about El Negro Monument
Yeah,
L?
yeah. But I only got two ladies in that one source, two qualified anthropologists that actually say they're howler monkeys. Nobody say they're humans.
Right.
I'm trying to find another source to say they're monkeys.
But it's anthropomorphical though.
Yeah, but they can't. Still, there's ain't too many sources. I don't think they thought African Americans was gonna get in a dumbass fight over that like that. Anyway.
Right. No, I don't think. I don't think they did either.
Ain't
But
no way they're gonna be that damn stupid to fight that.
Oh, you can find more on Monument F though, but it's in those old archaeological books that they did on the Mayans. They got a volume 1 and a volume 2.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it's a black book and it's a red book, which are contributions to their archaeological sites. So it has the records in there, and they bring up Monument F. They also bring up the Olmec heads in them books.
But do they bring up what it is though?
Yeah, they say.
Where, yo? Okay, get that, yo, because Mel couldn't
I
pull it
sent
off.
it to you already. I know.
No, you did not. No, you only sent me the one. You sent me the one.
I did it,
yo.
Oh,
Trust me, bro. Trust me. You left me out there, yo.
I did. I know I did.
Man.
I sent you the link with it's a big ass PDF, like 600 pages.
Oh, a big PDF.
Yeah. Because the book is like 600 pages.
All right, look on your phone and see where you sent it, and I can just get it. All right, I believe you. Believe you. I'm coming back out with it, smoking. I've been directly fighting pseudos. The pseudo bomb squad, now they pseudos. Talking about they scientific living. Well, you know, no, the fake squad, called the fake squad. They come to take over. I gotta send you some material so you can dive in on them. Diving on the fray. Talking about I'm hating. Because they're young. 28, 29, 35, something like that. They're young.
Why would you be hating on them? That don't make no sense.
I know everybody around me was younger. Why would I care if you sound
It says Stone Monuments of Southern Mexico, bro. It's a whole book. And it got
Go ahead, find it right now. Go do it. I did.
I just did it, bro. I just did it.
What?
The link. I'm looking at the link. I got the link out of the text message that I sent you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. That's it.
I sent it to you on January 24th.
Oh, put it on the screen. Let me see. Read that.
Nah, I ain't getting to that right now. I'm on this right
now. All right. Okay. Coming and trying to take over your show. Thank God, there you go with that bullshit again. When I want to talk about it, he ain't want to do it. Now he want to talk about it. Yeah. It's all great. It's all great. That's hilarious right there, yo.
I'm gonna have to send the other one over, another book.
Yeah, yo, but it ain't in there, man. All right, yo.
Monument is in the book. Look on.
It's not describing it. I think that's the one using Sterling's account. Sterling just called it horrendous or something. He don't say that. What you talking about, yo? Because you know I got to read. I'm up on the game now.
Bro, go to Monument F and read what it's saying about Monument.
All right. Okay, resend it. Since you sent it, move it up in the text message. All right. I trust you.
You ain't have to scroll back that far.
Huh?
You see, I ain't have to scroll back that far to find it.
I don't know what I'm doing. Shit. You're just better than me when it comes to the Mesoamerican stuff. I admit it. Because I was like, man, I had the good one. I had the ladies. I had their whole career mapped out. They would say, one of them a curator. So, and.
You ain't even have to argue beyond what you used in the book.
I know, but I want to. I just wanted to. You know what I mean? Because I don't like two people. Just two people.
Shit, they can't get around the two people.
Right, they couldn't get around the two. That was my whole thing. Y'all can't even get Then I got mad and I was like, yo, I tell you what, y'all, I'm the only one showing the source. I'm tired of y'all arguing with me about the source that I got. and y'all don't got no sources. That's crazy. You not one source.
Nah, they ain't gonna never have no source. Not on Miami F. They ain't got it.
Right. That's the funny part about that. You know, we had them types of subjects where it is what it is, yo. And ain't a whole lot. You can't Google ship your way to victory on that.
No.
And then ChatGPT will mess you all the way up on it. That was the funny part. ChatGPT will kill you. Hey, you talking about the colossal heads? Think you talking about that? Yeah, they all died on ChatGPT. I'm trying to tell you, ChatGPT be daydreaming. I say the way we use it is we get the source and find the statement in the source. That's how we use it.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but come on, yo, they think it's the savior to the world, yo, the grand champion.
Nah, it's a.
I'm telling you, bro. That's what the youngsters is doing, yo. I done argue
Yeah,
youngsters out.
they tell you that though.
Huh?
They tell you ChatGPT is a fucking search engine. It's not the end
Man,
all be all.
man, look, bro. We know that. We understand that. But them youngers don't. I fought a dude on Dr. Riot channel about Christianity being African, and he was ChatGPT the whole time. I was like, yo, I know you ChatGPT'd up right now, but I'm beating you up. Yeah, he started laughing.
Yeah, them
He
dudes.
tried to ban tune. You know, we was ready for the ban tune Christianity. You know, ban tune. Wow.
He pulled band two out.
Yeah. I say so. Yeah, some church fathers, I said they was Africa. They was Northeast Africans. They sure was. I said they was North African. They weren't even Northeast. They was North African Carthaginians. I said, yep, they so that they indigenous African. I said, but I said they weren't in Palestine and Judea. I said they just talking about they talking about it. That ain't what I'm saying. That don't make it Christianity because you come in 500 years later and start adding to. Yeah, I said my grandmother thought Christianity was something, so they ain't know nothing about what you talking about. Y'all scamming.
Yeah, they're definitely scammers.
They scam Bantu was a super scammer, yo. He went there and beat Jabari up on that. That was fun. I'm like, oh, Jabari got caught. He fed him to it.
I had to find the book. I got it in the description of one of these shows.
What book? Where? What you got?
On the Mayan shit.
What the? Find that, man. Come on, yo.
And I already sent you one book. I'm talking about the other.
I need all. I thought I had a lot of them. Mel gave me a lot of them, yo, but they didn't say that. Couldn't even, it was crazy.
Owen Miller, so that's why I try to be direct and give you the directs right there.
Man, yo. I've been on YouTube streets fighting. I called you a couple times, you ignored me. You know I was calling for
I was at work, bro.
Huh?
I was at work.
Man, you know I was calling for the goon squad.
Yeah, I figured you was. I figured you was. I said, this motherfucker arguing with somebody.
Yeah, let me call somebody that just don't give a damn and been beating up these types of people right here. I'm like, come on, we easy. We jumped on there, you on bludgeon, yo.
Yeah, the kid. What you doing? Working?
Yeah, I'm working.
I figured you was, cause the way you was moving and grooving.
Yeah, I'm working. Come on, help my son, man.
Yeah, the son out there working. He think he's squeaking the floor and everything.
Yeah, he doing what he's supposed to do. You know, got that business cranked up. You know how we do.
Yeah.
Employ your kids while they going to college. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He probably hate it right now. He'll appreciate it later.
No, he like that money. He all right. He a good worker. He do pretty good. He ain't trying to. He know not to do this for a living though.
Yeah.
No sir. No sir, Bob.
Yeah, they go back and dig that source out and kind of go from there.
Huh? I'm aware you too. You might as well just look for that. Do what you doing. I'm right here.
Nah, I'm just saying, you should be able to hold up. I think it's I think I got it in a folder, in a playlist. The Olmecs. Nah, let me see. I think I got it in the Olmec playlist.
Do you?
Yeah, let me check.
No, you ain't going there.
I don't know how to find it, but I think I got in the old Mac playlist.
But you sure that book right there? Did you
That
you
book
just sent me?
right there got the old Mac shit in there, boy. It got Monument F in it.
And and what it say about Monument F?
It's gonna answer the same way that the women answered.
Oh wow, that's a good one. Let me see. I don't believe you. I done been through it.
It ain't no human.
No, you're gonna no. It's definitely ain't gonna find that, yo.
And they can't find nothing.
No, I know that was fun. ChatGPT had them looking crazy. I was like, man, y'all gotta learn. Talking about they coming in to be the scientists. Man, y'all ain't been no daggone scientists. Get out of here, man.
Them dudes is crazy.
Y'all blackology, yo. Y'all make everything black. Y'all tripping. Y'all got the whole Eastern man. Come on, yo. They bigging up in Raniki Rashidi. You already know they done.
For real? They did that?
Yeah. I mean, and I'm saying I like Raniki Rashidi, but you know what I mean? It's just
he's saying that they Africans. He's saying, he got the Abos trying to use them too, but he just said
I ain't see he said no, the people in America not Africans. I heard him say it out of his mouth. They can't use that man like that.
Right.
Yeah. He may do everything like that, but he don't go that far. He don't go all right, keep going though, bro. We good. Go ahead. We done. You turn the light, close the door? Come on, man. You been in there? All right, we done, bro. Yeah, I'm listening to you, Sean. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't get that part at all.
Yeah, he don't say that. I done heard him out of his mouth. Yo, he like, nah, they ain't African. Nicky was on his A game with that one. He jumped off of everything but that one.
I did a whole show on this 2 years ago about Monument F.
Did you? Yeah, I need the show.
Yeah,
I need to put that show up,
man.
Man.
The sources is in the description of the video.
I need that show. I need that. Put the show.
Me and Sutek. And look, soon as I scroll up,
Y'all the killers.
Soon as I scroll the video, guess what show up?
What show up?
Monument F. And
yeah, because y'all the killers on that shit, man. That's what y'all do.
This is what it says. This is what it says in the video.
What's that?
It says, this is one of two grotesque figures in the form of a head with shoulders and flexed arms, and with a
that's Sterling. That's Sterling.
Tanalic, yada 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 yada.
That's Sterling.
Yada 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 yada.
That's it. He ain't gonna say they monkeys.
Nah.
Because that's Sterling. He the one that did the actual dig.
Yeah.
That's all he said about it.
In 1937.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
This figure was seen by Western Star. What you call him?
Who? Sterling. Styling, what you call him? Styling Sterling.
Wire Star.
Right.
Yeah.
He says grotesque, right? That's the actual report.
The monument belonging in the same class as Monument F was found lying on its side by the mounds B and C in Group C.
You're going to say Jaguar. You're going to say a P. You're going to say Monument G is he say like a, kind of like a Jaguar or something.
It said the ox dragged it across the floor though.
Yep, into a village, and they got taught they couldn't get it up the hill, so they just threw it away. They just stopped right there, left it.
Yeah, just go in the description of the video. It's some other sources besides that one.
Yeah, because they ain't the one, because he don't say nothing about no monkey. Am I correct?
Nah, I don't think in that one. Not on the first source that I was reading on the screen. I don't know what the.
Say grotesque.
I don't know. I'm trying to find the old Mac head one. If I find the old Mac head one, it's gonna have the other archaeological. Most of this gonna be these archaeologists saying this shit.
I just need that. If I can just get that, I'm doing my thing.
Man, you already got more information than they got.
I know, yo, but I need for my own security and how, like, come on, yo.
You already got an archaeologist and a curator.
Yep, that's enough. But It's just, you know.
And then
So
another archaeologist that's familiar with the dig and ain't calling that motherfucker a human.
no, it ain't calling. Yeah, it ain't calling him. Nobody calls it human. That's just a, you know. Yeah, nobody calling it human. Yeah, you don't find nobody calling it human. At all.
I done dropped this link. Ain't nobody hit this link.
Man,
I
hit
think
that
they
link,
scared
man.
of they scared of you.
They ain't scared of me. They scared of you.
Wow, scared
The
of
hell
you.
you talking
Right.
about?
They talk to you. They do. They definitely be talking to you.
Shit, yo, you've been killing them for the last. They just you at a certain point you just hide out in the corner and don't say nothing. Hope you don't see them. Yeah, they isolate themselves.
What is this dumbass broad talking about in the chat?
They doing nothing. Delusional. Can't have a coherent conversation.
He's saying he's right. I want you to come on. Nah, look, the dude that she talking about. Now he's gonna be live. I'm live right now. Where he at?
Go
Tell
over
that
there
man.
and send them packing. Tell that man we coming. What's up? Tell
He
the
said
Masi coming.
he said he gonna be live tonight. He want me to come over there so I can be one of 3 fucking viewers that he got.
No, I'm coming. No, he got to drop a link though. We ain't. No, he got to drop a link. Can't be scared. Yo, why is he scared?
Yo, that Tangier chick, she is dumb. Boxer Rock's dumb. She
Yeah,
working
she can't find us. She works somewhere.
McDonald's.
She don't got no job.
She got 12 kids. She work at McDonald's and in the dollar store. I mean, my bad, Burger King and the dollar store. She worked at Burger King in the dollar store. 4 kids. Her baby daddy's left her because she wanted to be an abo. My mom only had 2 kids, and she ain't never worked for no fast food ever. But you, on the other hand, you work at the dollar store. Low IQ. Look at you. Then you say, let me just delete it. Then you say suspect shit. Oh, where your mind at?
Start down there. Who?
The girl in the chat. She mad.
Oh, she don't want that.
Yeah, she got personal issues with herself. She one of
cowboy part.
Yeah, she one of the type of people that be it's everybody else's fault but hers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So her being slow and stupid is our fault. You the one with no research methodology. You should have been able to understand that you needed to have some coherent understanding of what's going on around you. I ain't calling it common sense because that ain't common. You just slow, lady. It's not our fault. She said, we from America, How did we get to America? If black people from America, how did we get to America? This should be an interesting response. Oh, here go the other source right here. This book is in another language though. Oh, this is the colossal heads. Nah, you don't want that. That's the colossal heads. Yeah. Scholarship. Here you go. Contributions of the University of California Archaeological Research Facility. Stylistic and chronology of Olmec monumental sculptures. Let me go to open in Chrome. Line F. I need the one with mine F in it, buddy. Contribution of California. Not the mountains nor the wheels of. Lady, why you here? You can't. How did we get to America? Answer the fucking question. Quit doing all the willy-nilly shit. You said we from the soil. So what man have you had? I mean, hold on. So what piece of grass or what soil type did you mate with to have children? Since we from the soil, how in the world did you come to existence or your children come to existence? Did you lay down with a man or did you lay down with some soil? You got impregnated from the grass? Which strand impregnated you? What type of wild grass was it? Remedial mofo. Crazy, man. Look at y'all laughing and shit in the chat. I'm dead ass serious and y'all laughing. She got to tell me. Talking about from the soil. Was you out there having sex with Bermuda grass? Grinding all up against the grass? Who taught you to do that? Your mama didn't. Running around here talking about you from the soil. Nah, you a joke. You can't show me one origin story that says you come up out of the soil from any indigenous American folklore. The whole notion of coming up out of the soil is some Greco-Roman bull junk. That ontogynous bull junk is from the white people that y'all so-called act like y'all hate so much. I'm trying to find this book for Unc, man. Y'all tripping. There you go, archaeological facility. Let me see if I can get the which one is this one? 1974. I need the other one. Look at us, still in the chat saying stupid stuff. That's how you know. That's how you know people are stupid. I hate that she a female. I wish it was a dude. That'd be my whole other problem. I ain't got no respect for no stupid motherfucker. Free PDF. That's why I disrespected you last show. Because you don't have no respect for yourself. Why you expecting me to have respect for you? When you say dumbass shit like that, you come up from out the soil. We don't fucking have sex with grass. Why is you running around here scooting on the grass? Over there infatuated with no, I can't say that. Something wrong with Shorty. My bad, no thanks. Yo, I just got dumped because I said I no longer believe Black Americans are Aboriginal. Yo, that's crazy work right there. You ain't deserve to be in that relationship anyway. You ain't deserve that. Let them stay stuck on stupid. Show you a mirror. See that white grandfather in yourself. My grandfather black. Both my grandfathers black. Both my grandfathers black. They extra black. So what you talking about? You just wish you wasn't so ugly. That's it. Just say that. Just say that. Talking about lies. Yeah, you unstable. You mentally retarded. You think that people came from the grass. Not one origin story in the America says anything about them, about people coming from the grass, but yet or from the soil, but yet you're going to project that on the people that never said that. And it goes to just show how stupid you are as a human being. Very uneducated of you. And the link dropped in the chat, so you feel free to, defend yourself by hitting the link. It's absolutely fine with me. Because you can't prove none of that shit you kicking in the chat. As many times as I access this contributions book, I should have it somewhere. It's got all the monuments in it too. You ain't got nothing better to do with your life, so you came over here. My mama ain't never lived in the trailer trash. Me nor my brother would ever let her. She lives in a 3-bedroom house, 2-car garage, backyard and a front yard. She lives very nice. And she don't pay no bills. Meanwhile, you struggling just to put together $800 rent check for fucking a 2-bedroom apartment with 6 people in it. And make that make sense. Look what you say. Look what you say. I ain't never in my life been anything, but look what you say. You over here. You know why you over here? Because you like it over here. You think you really saying a lot, but you learning a lot. That's why you over here. You like what you see. You like what you hear. That's why you here. You like what you hear, because if you didn't, you wouldn't even be here. You can go on back over there with Ron. Unc, I can't hear nothing you saying. Your mic unmuted, but we don't hear you. That girl got a personal problem with herself. Cause ain't no way I'm going somewhere and talk to people that you know what I mean, I don't even align with. And she gonna tell me to go somewhere and talk to somebody I don't even want to talk to. That show you how stupid you are. You ain't the authority. You ain't the A side of the argument. Ron is not no authority. The dude don't even research. Why the fuck would I go somewhere with somebody that don't know shit about black history? So how can you have a conversation with someone who ain't never studied black history in America and knows nothing about African history? You're fucking retarded. A waste of time. I'm not talking to you or him. And still can't tell me how we got here. If black people always been here, how did we get here? We keep asking you the question and you won't give us an answer. You giving us everything but the answer. Watermelon head ass. I bet you got one of them ugly ass lace front wigs on right now. All crooked and shit on your head. Your cousin made it with no motherfucking skills. It's just crooked as hell. Crazy ass. I bet when she wears sandals, her feet got all kind of blisters, bruises, knots on it and everything. She got them dirty, dusty ass black feet. Toes ain't done. Look like she been kicking rocks. But over here trying to tell somebody to go somewhere and watch something. Man, stop. My bad, y'all. I was looking for this book. I think I got this other book up here, though. But nah, this ain't dealing with Mesoamerica, though. Yeah, this that other book. Can't give y'all that. And we still waiting on how we got here. You better go ask Ron how we got here. Ron don't even agree that black people is indigenous to America. Ron don't even agree that we always been here. Those ain't even things that Ron would ever allow himself with. And he took a DNA test. So he is definitely not in agreement with your stupid ass. So you go on over there with that man and you deal with him. You show us you can articulate yourself by talking to him first. Yeah, that book just gonna give me back the dude. I just seen his name again. India, what time dude said he going live? Look how pathetic this heifer is in the chat. Look what she say. You might be a whole dude named Tandria. I don't even know why I'm calling you a female or trying to respect you like a female when you a whole dude. You might be a transformer. You a transformer? You a cross-dresser? On the outside, you try to make it look like a female, but underneath them clothes, you a dude? You one of them transformers? Which transformer is you? Bumblebee, Optimus Prime. Yeah, he do. Ron do get he do got that. He got German in his admixture. Cause he mixed. He biracial. That's why he don't be showing people his DNA. Cause he biracial. And that would make him a tether. That would make him the ops all the way. He ain't one of those African Americans with 20%. He's one of those biracial people with 49, 51. This whole said I'm mixed. Broad. I'm not mixed. You don't know what you right, I'm mixed. You right, I'm mixed. With 2 black parents, 2 black grandparents, 2 black great grandparents on both sides. I'm mixed. No thanks. She ain't got no sources. It's just gonna be confrontation. And she has yet to prove where people come from in the Americas. And she won't prove it either. I give her $500 if she could prove that people came up out the ground. And she got a scientific study that agree with her. I give her $500. Let me put the link in the chat so we can make it official. And then you prove it. And then you drop your Zelle or Cash App. And then we confirm that I sent you the money. 500. You right, I ain't got 500. You right, I ain't got 500. You right, I ain't got 500. I got way more than that. It probably ain't gonna show you on here. No, I can't get. Oh, look. Go play with your mammy. Go play with your mammy. Go playing with me. Go play with your mammy. Don't play with me. Where my people come from is irrelevant. Like I just told you, I got $500 if you could prove that people came up out the dirt. $500. $500. You gotta take that bet. $500, and you can prove to us that people came from out of the ground. That black people came from up out of the ground. What's up, Mark?
Yeah. You still on with you?
I'm trying to get this girl $500 if she can prove That black people came out of the ground.
What? Came out the ground.
Yeah, that's what she said.
So she believed in Adam and Eve, then that's the Adam and Eve story. That's a creation story. It's not a biological story. Nothing pops out of them. She ain't never seen nothing. She ain't never seen a tree just walk outside and a tree pop up. All of it is life, organic life. It's all life. Nothing pops up. Everything has stages. So you will never see them. The mythology story stuff pop up. Yeah, she had that stage where she mythological thinking, yo.
She came over here from Ron trying to tell us that we need to go to Ron.
I'm going over there. What's the thing? I'm going. Send me the link. Going right over there. Run him out the building. He gonna get ran out the building. He don't want us on that panel because it ain't gonna make no sense for him because he's gonna have to read that article.
No, she ain't talking about that person. She talking about unbiased Ron.
Oh no, he a liar, man. We can be fine, man. I can't, man. Come on, yo. You making up shit, man. Ron wild, yo. You play too much, yo.
Yeah, I know he do.
Yeah, he's sitting there acting like a motherfucker don't know who African American is. What type of shit is that? He'd call you a Pan-African. What's a Pan-African? Yo, how is evolution a Pan-African talking point?
Because he's stupid. And he know evolution is real.
No, I think he lost that.
Nah, he ain't lost it.
He still around pseudos. Nah, he sit around pseudos, John. I couldn't do it. You know, it reached a point where you can't be around pseudos, thinking niggas came from the Americas just to get some views. He actually let them say that, yo.
That's what he doing. He let them say anything to get the views. That's what I'm saying. He prostitute for views. I said, man, the whole game, bro. You wasn't on none of this stuff you talking about
None of that.
All this shit came up so you can get some motherfucking views, man.
Yep, none of that, bro.
That boy,
ain't nowhere in the world you're gonna sit and convince us. The way we used to talk about chemistry and all that, organic
right. That's what I'm saying.
Ain't nowhere in the world you're gonna tell me now you think get out. And then this the part that's egregious to me, bro. When they sit there and act like Tariq's website ain't the website. And them 3 stars don't explain the ethnogenesis. Man, come on, yo. Crazy. Well, you know, he's not the leader. We don't got to follow him. What? Man, get out of here, yo. Yeah, Ron, I'm corny for that, yo. I ain't trying to hear that. No, I'm not going over there. Too many pseudos. Can't have a coherent conversation.
He be doing that every day. He be like, I'm about to go live. Won't you come on over here right now? I'm like, man, I'm not.
No. Right, that sounds crazy. It's like arguing with all the pseudos, then he mute you out. Doing that, man. Yeah, Ron played too much. Y'all need to figure that out, though. She need to figure that out. She fucking with Ron and thinking humans popped out the ground. Ain't that crazy?
Yep, and he don't even believe that.
Yeah. If you was fucking with us, you would understand. You would definitely understand the fish, the monkey. You definitely have a profound understanding. 350,000 years. And you tripping.
All the way.
I didn't know Ron was still rocking. I'll be like, man, you bugged out, yo.
Nah, yeah, he needs some content.
Yeah,
so he's been trying to rehash old 3, 4, 5-year-old discussions that.
Yeah, I don't like the way you do that. It's corny, yo.
Lying, I'm like, bro, there ain't nobody. I said, you ain't even watching the videos, bro. You ain't even listening.
Yeah, I ain't doing all that, yo. Why that person think they can just cut? You can't cut in front of me like that. That's just retarded. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you think you doing. I don't know what you thought you was doing right there. It was stupid.
They try to cut in front of y'all.
No, in front of me. Like at them at the light. You just nuts. I'm in the hood, so you know motherfuckers ain't got no. They just be driving.
Yeah.
Going, everybody rushing.
It's that time of day though. They trying to get home.
Yeah, I get it, yo. Yeah, slow it down. I'm at the red light. He said go over there to Ron channel. No, I thought you were talking about the other guy.
Nah, we waiting on the other
what,
chat.
yo? She need to ask Ron, did humans pop out the ground? Tell her to ask that question since she's so sharp. It's mythology. No sharp person is saying humans just pop out the ground. When they have no examples in their life, as long as she been living, she ain't never seen no life pop up out of nowhere. Happy.
I don't know what's up.
All right, yo, I'm out of here, Sean.
Me too.
Here,
All
Let me
right,
know
bro.
if you going live, man. I'm gonna try at least catch you once a week. Man. Get up there and you know how we do.
Yeah, supposed to be doing that anniversary show, but they trying to figure it out. So I guess they'll let you know when they come.
Yeah, let me know.
All right.
Let me know. All right, Dave.
Yeah.
All right, peace, man. Peace to everybody paying attention, man. Pay attention, man. Keep your head
And
up.
I'll send you the link if dude ever make his move.
All right, later.
All right. Yo, Sean P., I still can't believe that you went in on the vaccine debate. I was in the building with Garfield, Assange, and Jetty too. Yeah. I was working remote, yo, on the debate part, you know what I'm saying, with a lot of the information. Yo, Unbiased Ron was at the debate. He was up there with Unc. He sat at the table with Unc and Assange. I don't know if you remember or recall seeing them there. The light-skinned dude, he was there. He was a part of the debate. This is how we know he doing what he doing for views and shit. For content. He must have lost his job or something. It says, I am familiar with creation stories of our bodies come from clay, but where do our spirits come from? So don't know where this realm or inhabitants came from. No thanks. They if you're talking about the Egyptian mythology, they tell you where the soul come from, the Ka and the Ba, you know what I'm saying? And then you know, they fashion and you know how they fashion everything together. So you gotta go over to the Seshu Mani Metal Nature YouTube page and they'll tell you all about that the Egyptian creation shit, bro. Seshu Mani Medu Necha. Look up that group right there on YouTube. Put all them words together as one. You'll find the Seshu Mani Medu Necha. You'll probably hear my voice over there too. Yeah, check them videos out. Be good on that. But it is what it is on that though. But yeah, man, I'm gonna slide up out of here, man. I've been on here too long, and Tandria, she ain't talking about nothing, and nobody with her ain't talking about nothing, bro. They do not want this work, bro. I'm telling y'all right now. So it is what it is, bro. Y'all be smooth, man. Appreciate all y'all tapping in, man. Make sure y'all like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we live. OG. Like, share, subscribe.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because.
Yo, hold on. What happened to Vernell? What happened to Vernell, bruh? Ain't nobody told me nothing about Vernell, bruh. He got washed again. Pure, what was the subject? You lying, Pure. You lying on Vernell. I know you ain't lying on Vernell. I know you ain't lying on Vernell in the chat, bruh. You didn't hit it and quit it. You done said 03 by Chocolate who? Ramon, you ain't even say that. On who channel? By a female? On who channel? What was the topic? What was the debate topic? You gotta be kidding me. Vernell got washed by a female 03. Easy work. Easy work. Hey man, I kind of stay in my own little thing, bro. The debate was, can a woman be president? He debated that. He said a woman couldn't be president? You kidding me? Y'all lying, bro. Quit lying on Vernell, bro. Quit lying on Vernell, bro. I don't believe none of y'all no more, man. Quit lying on Vernell. Man, y'all lying. I don't believe none of y'all saying. I don't believe none of y'all saying, bro. Can a woman be president? And he think that they can't? This dude's stupid. They can take care of you. They can raise your kids. They can hold down the house. They can do all the things that they need to do, but they can't be the president? How? What tell you that a woman can't? Because she emotional? Or she'll respond emotionally? Hell, look what Trump doing. Every fucking 5 minutes, he responding emotionally on Twitter, Instagram, some fucking place about something. So what makes you think that a female can't run this motherfucking country when you got Trump as the president? He went to the Bible? Y'all, he lost when he went to the Bible. Who the fuck is putting the Bible out in the middle of a fucking debate? Y'all is tripping, bro. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Y'all talking about he got presentations, he doing a better job. Yada, 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 yada. Y'all said all that shit, and I told y'all that motherfucker still stupid. I told y'all that he was still stupid, and y'all would not listen. He's still stupid. Still fucking stupid. Man, I can't even believe this, man. I try to tell y'all that dude he need attention. He's seeking attention. He ain't got no friends or something. Like he lonely in life. He can't read. He can't. And when he is able to read, he don't comprehend what he reading. And then he don't listen. Because if you tell him something, he can't comprehend what it is you're telling. So it's listening and reading comprehension off. Then how do y'all expect him to put 2 and 2 together to be able to, man, y'all tripping just like, man, I'm glad y'all wasted y'all time. Straight up. I'm glad y'all went over there and knew y'all wasted y'all time and it still gave it up. Yeah, they're tripping. That boy Pure came over here at the end. Man, let me get the hell up out of here, man. Let me get in the show. Y'all done talked about Vernell. Y'all said that boy done lost the debate. Let's go, YK. Close us out.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whipping. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.